All right, chat. Welcome to the stream. I hope we're all doing well today. Welcome back. All right, so today, guys, we're going to be flying some fuzzair once again. Looking forward to this. First time flying a fuzzair on VATSIM on the stream, so very much excited for that. I did actually do a flight on VATSIM with fuzzair last night. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. And so that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be doing some UK regional flying for fuzzair in the Fenix A320. This is obviously, you know, fuzzair's stomping ground, flying out of our home base, Leeds Bradford Airport. Initially flying over to Bristol, where we've never been before on the stream, which I'm super excited for because I picked up the scenery for that, the PilotPlus scenery for Bristol. And I knew it was a good scenery, but I've just checked it out before the stream, and it's absolutely fantastic. It's got to be one of the most underrated sceneries for the sim. It's one that never really gets talked about, but it is so good. So we're flying down to Bristol, and then from Bristol we're going to fly up to Belfast. Like I say, we're doing it all on fuzzair and on VATSIM, so it should be great fun. So yeah, looking forward to it. That's the plan for today. We're expecting some gusty winds to come in to play potentially a little bit later on in the evening, but we'll see how things go. It's not looking too gusty at the moment, but we'll see. Quite excited to try out Sim Update 12 as well with the flight today. Let's just turn down the music just a little bit. Yeah, so I'm excited to try out Sim Update 12 because we have got some updates with the weather system in Microsoft Flight Simulator, which I'm intrigued to see how well they work. So they've added in a turbulence slider now. They've reduced the turbulence over mountains, which is great because before I think it was a little bit overdone. Not that I have any experience with flying over mountains personally, but it felt overdone, and I've heard from other pilots that it is quite a bit much. So that's exciting. They have also increased the amount of updrafts, the maximum speed of an updraft in a storm cloud, so a towering cumulus cloud, which is pretty exciting actually, because I didn't realize they were working on implementing more sort of weather effects inside clouds. I mean, at the moment, you know, there's not really that much effect from going through a cloud, but I'm very intrigued to see how that works. If we come across any towering cumulus, we probably won't do today, to be honest, but if we do, we won't deviate around it. We'll make sure we try and fly through it and just see what happens, just because I'm intrigued to see how good that change has been there. Like I said, they have added in a turbulence slider. Now, I'm not really sure what setting to put it on, because I imagine they've tweaked some of the base systems, base values on how the turbulence works in the sim. So there's three options. There's low, medium, and realistic. I've put it on realistic for this flight because I want to see how it compares to before, which I assume was also the realistic setting. So it'd be interesting to compare and see what it's like. So yeah, I mean, those are the main things I'm really excited for with Sim Update 12, to be honest with you. Obviously, there's some great fixes for AI traffic in Sim Update 12 as well, which is fantastic, much needed. And yeah, fixing a lot of really crazy regressions that happened a couple of sim updates ago. So glad to see that finally, although we won't be flying with AI traffic today. And there's been some tweaks to the loading time. It seems a little bit faster, not that much faster, to be honest with you, unfortunately, but it is a bit faster at loading up, which is nice. There's been a big update to GSX as well. This is mostly under the hood stuff, but yeah, essentially it just makes GSX a little bit more snappy, a little bit better to use, and a bit more accessible for GSX to work with the sim and stop weird things happening. So yeah, got that installed as well, and looking forward to giving it all a try today. Right, okay, so let me just wind back to the start of the chat here and just see who we've got with us today. Quizzy, welcome indeed. MH Flies, welcome to the chat. Roy, very good evening to you, sir. Carip, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Sasha, I hope you're doing well. Also, welcome indeed. I'll see you on the next flight for sure. MPS, good evening. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you as ever. Matt Rasso, welcome indeed. Fly-by-wire A380. Yeah, nothing really too much else to say about that at the moment. Though I do recommend you go and look up that video that I mentioned. That the Blue Experience is called, I believe, the YouTube channel. It's basically XP72 and Blue Games. They're both talking about... they're talking with the fly-by-wire devs on a sort of Discord live stream. And he's showing off some of the texture work that they've done in the cockpit there. It's absolutely unbelievable. It's got to be some of the best texturing I've ever seen. It's the best texturing I've ever seen. For Microsoft Flight Simulator, I think it's better even than the Fenix. At least from what I saw. But it does look absolutely brilliant. Right. Who else have we got? Captain Ray, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Bad performance drop after Sim Update 12. I've not noticed any, but I've not really had much of a chance to give it a try yet. Just on my initial loading and just making sure that everything worked. Performance seems about normal for me, but yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, MPS Gaming, there's always somebody who reports some kind of performance drop after a sim update every single time almost. Even when they did the performance updates, some people still managed to somehow end up with a degradation in performance. So yeah, it's a bit of a, I suppose it might be a bit of a roulette. Fortunately, I've never been cursed with that, to be honest with you. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, you can see today how it's going to perform for us. But yes, Sim Update 12 is out. Carip, yep, it released at 1500 Zulu, so about 2 hours, 20 minutes ago. And if anyone didn't see the message in the chat, PMDG have also released a compatibility update for their aircraft for the 737s. So that is out now as well. If you're hoping to use the 737 with Sim Update 12, you will need to download that first. How's my FPS? We'll have a look at that, Captain Ray, in a minute. I'm not really one to monitor my FPS on a frequent basis, to be honest with you. But we can have a look. Obviously, bear in mind, I am on VATSIM as well today, so might not necessarily be comparable to everyone's experience. Abrupt weather changes, yeah, that's a nice one as well, Roy. Yeah, hopefully we won't see no crazy flashes of light as the clouds disappear and reappear and stuff like that. The turbulence setting says Sem. Welcome to the chat, Sem. Hope you're doing well. The turbulence setting is in the assistance options and in piloting, I believe. There it is. Just here. And when your name disappears, you should be able to see it. There we go. There it is. Turbulence. And you can change it between realistic, low, or medium. I've got it on realistic because I want to test it out, as I said earlier on. But yes, they did do some fixes to Stockholm as well, didn't they, NPS? Yeah, I've not looked at that myself. Have I used the PMDG 737? Says you're Favnik. Yes, I have, yeah. I mean, we've done loads of streams with the PMDG 737s if you look on the videos on the channel. I haven't used them with Sim Update 12, if that's what you mean. But, yeah, we definitely have used them in the past, if that's also what you mean. Right. With AI traffic update, do I still use FSLTL? Yeah, I mean, you can. So Captain Ray, what they've actually improved with regards to the AI traffic is not necessarily the AI traffic, the way that Microsoft Flight Simulator injects the AI traffic. it's not changed really the method of injection. It's changing more the behaviors of the aircraft once they're injected into the sim, if that makes sense. So, for example, one of the big issues that was happening was that the engine sounds were stuck at full thrust regardless of the state of the aircraft. If it was taxiing around when it should be on low thrust, it was at takeoff thrust. So little behaviors like that they've adjusted, and for example, when aircraft take off, they shouldn't stay low to the ground as long anymore, and they should follow their route a bit better and things like that. All of the changes are on the change log, but it's more to do with the behaviors, not actually how the traffic's injected. So it's still up to you, whether you want to use FSLTL, whether you want to use the stock system, whether you want to use FS traffic, AIG. It's entirely up to you. They're all different methods of injection. Yes, Sam, it is on low by default. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm not sure why they did that, but hey ho, it is what it is. Right. Is the VATSIM sounds of others also changed? I've not really noticed, to be honest with you. They didn't mention anything about that, but there wasn't any big issues with that before, I don't think. I think that's been fixed for a while. I'm not sure. Anyway, there's an aircraft coming in, so we'll find out. Let me just turn my sounds up a bit for the AI traffic. So if I just turn up the other aircraft volume here. Let's have a listen. No, okay, no, it's not fixed, is it? Still seems like it's quite a high thrust setting, doesn't it? But that's not to do with the sim, really, unfortunately. That's not really to do with the sim, that issue. That is more of a vPilot issue. Yeah, it's because the way vPilot interprets the data from each client, it's not reading the engine thrust setting in the sim, so that's why you end up with weird engine sounds for VATSIM traffic. Just going to turn that back down. It's far too loud, at least for the stream. Right, okay, so let's crack on then. So someone was asking about performance. Let's just bring up the dev mode, so I can at least just show that whilst we're setting up here. Oh look, they've changed this as well. Lovely stuff. Okay, cool. So what I want to do is just, where's the FPS thing gone now? Display FPS. And then how do I hide this thing now? Auto hide, there we go. Right. So that's the current FPS. Pretty decent. Anyway, we're going to carry on with the setup. We're in the lovely stuff livery today. So, let's get cracking, shall we? FPS is obviously going to be different inside the aircraft. Right, okie dokie then. So let's have a run through the OFP for today. So, before I forget as well, I'm going to start the flight on New Sky. We're flying with the fuzzair virtual airline today, guys, on New Sky. If you're interested in joining fuzzair, you're absolutely more than welcome to join. And yeah, there's no restrictions to join. And we're absolutely smashing it, actually. Let's just talk about this just before we go any further. Absolutely smashing it on New Sky at the moment, guys. After just a couple of days, if we go onto the airlines list here, we are already like almost at the top of the second page for activity. which is just fantastic. So thank you guys so much for, you know, getting so involved with the airline. I absolutely love to see it. And then if we go to members as well, we are also one of the biggest airlines on New Sky as well. So that's pretty cool. I'm absolutely thrilled at your guys' reaction to it. And let me just see if there's any new pilots for now. Oh, there is. Beautiful. Welcome, Fraser. Welcome, Adam. Accepted. And can we just take a second just to talk about Mr. Stefan the Steph here? Now, I'm not actually sure who that is, what your name is in the chat, or if you're even a member of the chat. But Stefan has been absolutely smashing it. Look at that. He's got 4 out of 5 perfect 10s on his flights. Absolutely crazy. He's made a lot of money as well for the airline. So let's go, Stefan. Anyways, let's have a look at the OFP then, because we are possibly going to be late here if I don't hurry the hell up. Right, so today we are going to be fuzzair 201 is the flight number. We're going from Leeds, Bradford to Bristol. We're in an A320. Delta is the registration, and callsign is going to be fuzzy 201. Expected off blocks time is 1800 Zulu, so in about half an hour. Cost index 26 standard, and we're expecting a little bit of a headwind on the trip today, 22 knots. Takeoff weight is expected to be 63.7 tons, and our alternate is Heathrow. Initially climbing to flight level 230, and then we're going to step up to flight level 290 at Nokin. Just rolling my sleeves up here, just because it's warm in this room. Right, and then we are... trip time is quite short, only 40 minutes, and fuel we require is 4.831 tons. Alternate is going to be 31 minutes to get to Heathrow. Looking at the routing, we're expecting 32 Nelsa 3 Whiskey here at Leeds Bradford, and the Amral 1 Bravo, runway 27 at Bristol. Coming further down, we're pretty heavily loaded on passengers, 160 passengers, 2.3 tons of cargo. And then coming a bit further down, the weather is nothing significant in place, but we do have quite a decent wind here at Leeds Bradford from the south west. Light showers of rain is expected, but this is a little bit old now, this METAR. So we'll have a look at the updated information later on. Looking at the weather at Bristol, again, fairly similar picture. And we are expecting some quite heavy gusts coming in a little bit later on this afternoon. So between 1800 and 2100, we're expecting winds 290. We're expecting winds of 190 at 20 knots, gusting 32 knots potentially for our arrival. So we'll have to keep up to date on that. And then the weather at Heathrow, fairly similar. The routing itself is going to take us out to the west initially. Actually, this departure flies straight over my house, and then to the south, and then a little bit to the southwest, and then straight south into Bristol. And then the significant weather charts is actually showing here some... this is the 1800 forecast. So it is showing some moderate icing expected between... below flight level 100 and up to flight level 200, so we may need to pay attention to some icing, paying attention to any clouds that we fly through. Right, that's the OFP. Let's get set up then, because again, I don't want to be late. New Sky is free. It doesn't come with the Fenix now. It's just completely separate to the Fenix. But New Sky is a platform SEM for virtual airlines. Right, okie dokie. So let's get sat down, then we'll pull our chair forwards here. Right, let's get cracking with the flight today. So we've already had the captain in, the pilot monitoring today. He's already done a bit of setup. Something we're just gonna have to ignore that jet weight. That is a rather inconvenient position, I do have to say. But nevertheless, let's go ahead and request a refueling or request a catering, and we'll also just hang fire on the boarding for now. We'll come here. Let's just make sure everything is correct there. Everything looks good. Great stuff. Let's carry on with the setup then. So we'll come over here. We've got our load sheet already. We'll accept that, and we'll come over to a flight init and init data request. GSX and its new jetway system. Yeah, I mean, this clipping through the aircraft is nothing really to do with GSX. It's just how the jetways are in Microsoft Flight Simulator sometimes when they're placed a bit funny. But yeah, I do have to say GSX is actually quite nice now. The menu feels a lot snappier to use, I will say. Anyways, let's carry on with the setup. So nav database is in dates. We're going in its request, and we're going to be fuzz 201. Stick that in there. Costing next 26. Initial cruising flight level is going to be 230, and the temperature up there is going to be minus 28. Current temperature on the ground 11 degrees. Not going to bother importing the wind as it's such a short flight. We're expecting runway 32 here at Leeds Bradford on the Nelsa 3 Whiskey, which we'll insert. We'll also stick in the engine out SID, which is just 25 miles straight ahead. So we'll stick that in there. And the runway heading is 318. So that's in there. Lovely stuff. And then I'm just going to check the altitudes on there real quick. 1190 plus 4000 at 52L. Right. Okie dokes, and then 3,500, that's correct, and then Nelsa should be 7,000, which is great, that's in there, and then we're expecting arrival into Bristol runway 27 on the Amaral 1 Bravo, which is there, so we'll stick that in. Refuelers here, catering's here, love to see it. I'm fairly certain it should be Gate Gourmet for Leeds Bradford, but hey ho, we've got something else over there as well. What is going on? They're diversifying. Right, let's start loading the aircraft here, and we'll also go ahead and request boarding at the same time. Cool. So on the RadNav page, this is a pretty traditional departure, so we'll go ahead and just tune a few things up here. So ILF we've already got tuned. We can use that for DME for the departure. And then we're going to have departure on... Don't need the crew. And then we're going to need the pole hill. 052, so we'll hard tune that in. And then a 270 bearing from LBA, which is an ADF. So we'll make sure we've got ADF selected on the left side. And we'll turn the LS push buttons on as well, so we can use that for DME. Right, secondary, we'll go secondary flight plan, EGNM. In case of engine failure, we'll set up for an arrival back on to ILS 32. So that is set, that's good. We'll come to init B and we'll set up our weights. 59.1 is expected for the zero fuel weight. And the Mach zero fuel weight 31.2. And how's the fueling going? it's actually finished. So 4.8 tons. We'll turn the seatbelt signs on. We'll stick that in there. Lovely job. Right, and then we're going to have 22 knots of headwind. Route reserve is 0.6. Alternate fuel 1.1. Everything else looks good. We've got 0.4 extra. Lovely. Right, let's do our takeoff perf. Let's see what's going on out here. Crikey. Our jetway is not very well aligned, is it? Feel sorry for the passengers. Oh dear. Why is that just disconnected on its own? Well, after the big hoo-ha about GSX's update today, it just seems to have disconnected on its own. That's a little bit strange. That may be a default. That might not be a GSX thing though, to be fair. I don't know what that is. But nevertheless, we could just... I wonder if we can just click that and see if it reconnects. No, we can't. Very strange. We can actually use the Fenix tablet though to do it, so we'll just do that. Did that work? It did. So bizarre. Right, so we are departing EGNM 3-2. I keep hearing the noise getting louder and quieter here. Oh, we also have the window open here as well, by the way. It was a little bit toasty in here when I first set up. Should be nice and cool in here now, though. 12 degrees, yeah, love to see it. Right, EGNM 3-2 is dry. We'll go packed on, and we'll sync the preliminary. And we'll go calculate. So 3140, flaps 1, down 0.350.
Morning.
50 degrees of flex. Right, that's all correct. We've got NADP1 departure procedures here at Leeds Bradford, so the thrust reduction acceleration is fine as it is. Right, so that's the setup done. Love to see it. Very, very nice. How are we doing for time? We've got about 20 minutes to depart, so we're looking good. We'll get the terrain display on as well. Whilst we're here, that's fine. Lovely. Right, initial climb on this departure is 70 is the stop altitude. And we'll see if we've actually got any ATC controllers online. I don't think we do. No, we don't. So we'll just be on Unicom initially. So we'll go ahead and just set 1228 here on the radios. Cool. Right. Cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins and covers are removed. Seatbelts, seatbelt signs are on. Fuel quantity is 4.8 tons. Adheres are in nav. Bar-off is set to 1001 on both sides. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Lovely. Ed, you've been in the chat before. You know I read the chat. What the hell, dude? I'm trying to, I can't do two things at once, my man. Absolutely unbelievable. Right, okay. Welcome, nevertheless. Hope you're doing well. WatchTech, welcome indeed. The flight today is we're initially flying from Leeds Bradford to Bristol, and then Bristol to Belfast. Mariner, thank you very much for renewing your silver membership, my dude. Thank you so much. Much appreciated for your continued support. Love the Fuzz togas. Lovely stuff. Right. Fuel truck for the Fenix is GSX. Yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah. So it is purely visual, pretty much. I mean, it does sync up sort of with the Fenix. It uses sort of what's called a. Hey, Roy, dude! Thank you so much for gifting a membership to MPS Gaming. Very good. Very, very good. Love to see it. Thank you very much, Roy, for your support, and MPS, congratulations for your membership, your gold membership. But yes, it does sort of sync up a little bit with GSX. It sort of uses this thing called what's it called now? Progressive refueling. So it doesn't, you know. So if you look outside at the fuel truck when it's there, you will see the sort of the display ticking up the numbers on the side whilst it's refueling, and it'll do the right amount. But it is just visual. It doesn't actually physically load anything on, if you know what I mean. As physical as a simulator can be. Prezimo Gaming, yes, indeed. New turbulence is unrealistic. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Have any of you guys read the book Song of Achilles? I have not. I do not read that many books, to be quite honest with you. Most of the books I read are FCOMs and that kind of airplane manuals and boring stuff like that. Sem says, am I planning on adding new aircraft to the fuzzair fleet, like the CRJ or the 737? Yes, most likely, yeah. Probably not the CRJ. I want to try and have the fleet so it's somewhat current with a little bit of a taste of the vintage. But yeah, we'll probably add the 737, I think, because lots of people are asking for the 737. So we probably will do that. But probably not the CRJ, to be honest. I do want to keep the fleets relatively... I mean, CRJs, they're great. It's nice add-on. But in the real world, especially in Europe, which is where we're based, they're really not that widely flown. And yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at with that. Elite Freemason Gaming, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Welcome indeed. Hey, sir, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Just delivered a shiny plane to Leeds. May need new tyres, though. Oh, well, at least you, as long as you didn't collapse the gear, you're absolutely fine. Oh, dear. Rudden the Great, welcome to the chat. What was your question? You asked what's all this then? I'm not sure what you're referring to there. Jacob says, as after update as promised by Sober, more performance, but down. I don't think they actually promised any performance boost from this update. I think this update was supposed to be a more like a bug fixing update, wasn't it? And improvements. Should you update the PMDG first before the sim update 12? No, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter the order. Right, yeah, I think I'm caught up now. Fantastic, great stuff. Stian, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Welcome indeed. Fanvic, welcome indeed as well. Hope you're doing well. So if the Fenix refuel is finished, it will remove itself. Yeah, I think so. I think usually, no, to be honest, I don't know. I haven't really monitored it that closely. I usually just click it, sometimes look out the window at how it's doing, and I don't really corroborate it that much with the Fenix tablet. So it's not, yeah, it's not perfectly synced up. So I think the best answer to that question is no, I think. Yeah, there definitely are more Embraers in Europe, Ed, than CRJs. A320s are kind of taking over, though, I think. I think that's the way it's going. Klaus, welcome from Denmark. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Sem says, I may join the group flight later this evening. Can you spoil the reward for doing the delivery flights? What do you mean by that? As long as you just do that route, then you're fine. That's all it is. There's no way to really, mess it up. As long as you don't... Yeah, there's no real way to mess it up as long as you take off and then land at the two airports. You should be fine. Obviously in one flight. How do you update the PMDG? Via the Operations Center, PMDG Operations Center. Do I need to fly certain airports in the airline? No, you can fly wherever you want. I have put on the New Sky homepage on the airline. If you click on the airline and then click on the operations page, I've sort of put a bunch of airports on there that I personally think are quite nice, and they've got nice approaches or great scenery for the sim. But you don't have to. You will earn more money if you fly out of any of our hubs, which is Leeds, Bradford, Manchester, London Heathrow, and Toulouse. But that's it. Yeah, there was a lot on Content Manager, wasn't there, Steve? Yeah, I had quite a bit as well. A220s are beautiful. Yeah, they are. I'm really looking forward to the A220, the freeware for Microsoft Flight Simulator. That should be rather cool to have in the sim. Oh, baby, Roy, you've got the Thrustmaster Pendulum. Oh, baby. Yeah. I'm jealous. That sounds great, mate. Enjoy, enjoy. Hi, Flyer. Welcome to the chat. Fizzy, it has been a while indeed. Welcome also. I hope you're doing well. Shane's here as well. Welcome indeed. Just starting the update. Enjoy, enjoy. Hope it goes well for you. Right. Okay then, chat. So, just before I get carried away with reading more messages, the boarding is completed here now. And the door's closed. Lovely stuff. Baggage is done. Everything is done. So, we are pretty much ready to rock and roll. Let's get the APU master on. And APU starts. Load sheets. We've got the final load sheet which has compliance. So, we don't need to change anything in the MCDU. Lovely stuff. Right, let's get the APU fired up then, and we are pretty much ready to rock and roll. Chat. I did start the APU, didn't I? No, I didn't. Smart man. I should advertise the Discord more. Yeah, I mean, it's growing steadily. I think there is a bot message that comes up, but yeah, maybe I should check on that. Well, I consider Stansted as a secondary hub. I'm not sure. I've not decided on... To be honest, I'm not entirely sure I want to have Heathrow as a hub, to be honest. I might change it to one of the other London airports, but I'm not sure. We've already got 3 hubs in the UK, so I think we just need to choose one London one. And I'm not sure which one it's going to be yet. Manchester and Leeds are a hub because they're my local airports, really. Right. APU is available. Start the chrono. And we'll get ready to rock and roll then, shall we, chat? Aircraft is loaded. Come on here. We'll turn the external power off. Fuel pumps can come on. We'll get rid of the GPU and the chocks. And we'll get the tug to come over and connect. Right, so we'll do the before start checklist. So parking brake is set, takeoff speeds and thrust 314040. Beacon light is on. Windows are... Oh, they're not closed, are they? Oh, it didn't make... Okay, there we go. That's why it was so loud in here. I forgot I had that open. At least it's nice and cool in here, though. Nice 13 degrees. It's getting pretty toasty in the back, though, isn't it? Crikey. Let's just knock that down a couple of notches. Right. Okie dokies. So, just before we push back, let's just quickly run through the departure procedures. It's fairly straightforward, but we'll just quickly run through the departure briefing. So we're departing out of Leeds, Bradford. This is the 10-9. We'll look at the taxi, although it's going to be fairly straightforward. We'll just close the GSX pushback for now. So we're currently here on stand 8. We're going to push back facing to the east. We'll taxi on Alpha and then down Delta. Backtrack runway 32 and take off runway 32. Then the departure we'll be flying is the Nelsa 3 Whiskey. This is for runway 32 only. This is a 10-3 Bravo chart. Transition altitude 5,000 feet. Airport elevation 681 feet, the highest airport in the UK, although Bristol isn't far behind. So we've got some instructions regards ATC here, but we don't actually have any ATC online, so we're going to just sort of move over those relatively quickly. And then we've got noise abatement, etc. So we've already taken that into account. So it's runway 32. We'll be departing initially straight ahead to 1,190 feet or 0.5 miles ILF, which is the lock DME. Then we're going to take a left bearing, track 311. And then another left turn at 272 degrees after 2.1 ILF. 3.5 ILF will take another left turn to intercept the 052 radial from Pole Hill VOR. We'll fly out to 12 miles Pole Hill. We need to be above flight level 3,000, above altitude 3,000 feet and below flight level 70 at 12 miles. And then continue on to 11 miles. Then take another right turn here. Actually, no, we need to continue to 11 miles. And then to 10 miles, we'll take a right turn. No, we don't. Sorry. I am losing my mind here. We need to go to 11 miles, start a right turn to intercept the 270 outbound from the Leeds Bradford NDB. And at 10 miles from the Pole Hill VOR, we need to be between 3,500 altitude and flight level 70. And then on the 270 out from Leeds Bradford, we want to head out to Nelsa, which are required altitude of flight level 70. Now, because we've got no ATC online and the area is relatively sparsely populated on VATSIM, we'll probably clear ourselves up to our cruising flight level pretty much straight away, I imagine, which initially is going to be flight level 230, and we'll set up a step climb, which I've completely forgotten about. We'll do that in a moment. And then let's just check. We did just have some ATC come online. London East Centre. They do not cover Leeds Bradford as far as I'm aware. So we'll disregard and carry on as planned, and we'll just set up that step climb here real quick. In fact, we'll do that once we're moving because we're going to be late otherwise. Right. I'll put that over here. We'll do that. Oops. Right, there we go. Right, cool. APU's nicely warmed up now. Before start checklist is complete, we'll continue pushback and we'll face east.
Locking gear.
Leeds Bradford traffic, fuzzy 201, stand 8, pushing back, facing to the east for runway 32, Leeds Bradford traffic.
parking brakes, please.
Alright, parking brake is released.
Push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Okay, engine mode selected to ignition start. Well, actually, no. Not to ignition start, because we need to start the APU bleed to the delight of the passengers. We'll go to ignition start and engine 2 start. Oh, we've got someone else flying along with us here. Synchronized pushback there. Is that one of you guys?
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brake sets.
We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
Cool. Engine 2 is available. We'll start engine 1. What I'm going to do, chat, actually, is I'm going to turn off dev mode. Because it's not going to log my flight. Oh, the FPS counter actually stays on now if you close dev mode. Okay. Let's just leave it there then, I guess.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Right, is New Sky Multiplayer Server 2 in Microsoft Flight Simulator? No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh, Fizzy, that's you? Amazing, dude. Amazing. I should have guessed from the Air France. It's cool that New Sky recognizes failures and gives you an option. Yeah, you can declare an emergency on New Sky, and it basically removes any penalties that you might have got otherwise, which is quite cool. Right, cool. We've got 2 good engine starts there, so we'll get engine mode selector to norm. We'll get the transponder on. Ground spoilers armed. Flap set to 1. We'll turn the weather radar on now as we're clear of the ground crew. ECAM status, we'll check. We'll do a flight controls check. So full left, full right, neutral, full up, full down, and neutral, full left, full right on the rudder, and back to neutral. We'll go auto brake max. We'll also go ahead and set the trim, which is 29.9, which should equate to down 0.3. That is set. Lovely stuff. FCU is set and all good there. Lovely, cool. We'll come up top. We'll turn the APU bleed off, the APU master off, and we'll do the after start checklist. Anti-ice not required. ECAM status is checked. Pitch trim 29.9% is set, and rudder trim is neutral. After start checklist complete. Right, let's go. Taxi lights on. Leeds Bradford traffic, fuzzy 201, taxi to runway 32. Will hold short before the Air France. Right, chat. What I'm going to do, actually, just before we get going, is I'm just going to come and turn this guy off because I find it really intrusive. And I know you guys are interested in the performance, but I won't. I will put something on, but just not that one. That's all. We'll put the camera back over there, and then we'll put MSA Afterburner on because it's a little bit less in your face. And see if I can remember my keybind for it. There it is. Right. There you go. Pilot Stud, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Welcome indeed. How am I finding Sim Update 12? Well, I've just been on the ground so far, so nothing really too much to say at the moment. Nothing really too much to say. It's just, yeah, I think the biggest difference we're going to see, at least in my kind of flying, is to do with the turbulences. So I'm intrigued to see how that works out once we get in the air. There is some, actually no, there isn't moderate turbulence forecast, is there? There was moderate icing forecast for this flight, but nothing turbulence wise. But we'll see how we get on. Yeah, it seems okay. Seems okay. Is this Microsoft Flight Simulator? It says TuckBeat. It is, yeah. It is indeed. Carl, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Flying out to Manchester next month with Singapore Airlines going to the Philippines. Very nice, dude. Very, very nice. I guess that'll be in the A350 then, won't it? Singapore have an A350 that flies out of Manchester. That'll be super nice, mate. Super, super nice. I've never been on an A350. Oh, actually, have I? Maybe I have. I can't remember. That'd be super nice though, mate. You'll have to let us know how it goes. Send some pictures, drop them in the Discord or something. That'd be super cool to see. Right. Okie dokie. So, I forget where the hold short is here. It's there. There it is.
It's traffic at France Civic, departing runway 32.
Here goes Fizzy. No pressure. I love the runway slope at Leeds Bradford, how you can sort of see aircraft emerge as they come over this hump here. Beautiful. There he goes. Yeah, there's actually a little spot just at the end of the threshold 14 down here. There's a sort of a cemetery opposite with a car park in front of it. And you can actually sit up there in your car and just watch planes coming and going at Leeds Bradford. And that's the kind of view that you regularly get. 3-2 is the one that's most often in use. So you tend to see the aircraft coming to line up and they drop down the hill and then you can kind of see them emerge over the top. Right, it doesn't look like anyone's inbound, so let's backtrack. Put the strobe lights on. Leeds Bradford traffic fuzzy 201, backtracking 32. Leeds Bradford traffic. Okay, so taxi checklist. Flight controls are checked. Flap setting is config 1+F. Radar and predictive wind shear on and auto. Engine mode selector is in normal, and the ECA memo takeoff no blue. Lineup checklist. Takeoff runway is 32. That is confirmed. TCAS, TARA, and the packs are on. Lineup checklist complete. Traffic Rider, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Pilot Stud may very well send an application. Do it, Pilot Stud. We would be absolutely thrilled to have you on board. If I was to fly transatlantic British Airways business class, would you want to fly on a 777, 747, or an A380? An A380 probably. I've never been on a British Airways A380 though. I've been on a British Airways 747s, which don't exist anymore, and apparently their 777s are not that great. They're a bit outdated now, especially in their cabin, from what I hear. Mikhail says if you're using GSX and you will have that bug with front wheel spinning after pushback, you'll get a penalty for speed at taxiway. Yeah, so sometimes it happens, Mikhail, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, I'm aware of that one. But yeah, I have had it happen, and I haven't had it happen also many times. I've had it not happen more times than it has. And I think the issue with that is a little bit reduced if you use the tug that I just used. So the tow barless tug is actually, you don't quite run into that issue as much with that kind of tug. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. I did hear some sounds when we were pushing back there, which sort of indicated that the ground speed was coming up. But yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. But I am aware of that. Thank you very much. Right. Okie dokie then, chat. I'll catch up with your messages once we get up in the air. I'm aware that there's quite a lot of them at this point that I've not responded to. But the lineup checklist is complete. We are clear for takeoff. Landing lights can come on now. And let's go, chat. Start the chrono. Fuzz Toga's in the chat. Channel members. And take off. Leeds Bradford traffic, Fuzzy 201, taking off runway 32. Leeds Bradford. Cool. Engines are stable. Let's go. Manflex 50 SRS runway autothrust blue. See if I can get an on centerline takeoff for this one, chat, because I keep seeming to take off the centerline whenever I'm on New Sky. Right. Airspeed alive flex is set. Yeah, the rudder's just all over the place, man. V1. Rotate. Yeah. Nav. Positive rate, gear up. Yeah, it feels like the rudder is just all over the place in the Fenix at the moment. I don't know what it is. Right, I'll get the ground spoilers disarmed. Nose lights can come off as well. Release the cabin crew. Lever climb, climb, thrust climb, auto thrust. Beautiful views on this departure. Right over to Moors. Right. Okay, S speed. Flat speed is checked. Flaps 0. Quite a lot of concentration required for this departure. A lot of quick turns in quick succession here. One of these. Oh, yeah, buddy. Lovely stuff. We're probably flying right over my house right about now. Right, let's go AP2. We'll set standard and we'll clear ourselves up to our cruising flight level initially, which is 230. Thrust climb, open climb, flight level 230 blue. It's about to level off there. I just caught it. We'll reset the chrono there. Too steep path ahead. I'll have a look at that in a minute. Don't need the LS push buttons anymore. And we are now just turning to intercept the 270 from the Leeds Bradford NDB. All right. Coming up to flight level 100. Let's get the landing lights off. Gonna leave the seatbelt signs on just for a minute here before we, whilst we complete this this turn. Temperature's +7. I think we're just gonna skirt around these clouds here, so I don't think we need the anti-ice just now. Love departing Leeds Bradford. Such epic views, man. Oh, that fantastic moorland. Comfort there, stay for a week. Aye. Aye. Right. We'll just complete this turn. Doesn't seem like they've fixed those notifications coming up all the time. It's so weird. Those notifications, they pop up and it says you can change the frequency in the assistance menu, but there's no actual option to change the frequency. It's only on or off. Where did I train to fly with such precision? At fuzzair Flight School, my friend. Right, we're on our way then. Anyway, chat, I think we just about made our departure time there, which is quite nice to see. We did. Well, we were 1 minute. 1 minute late, according to New Sky. Let's see what our arrival time's looking like. 16:30. Yeah, we should be on time for the arrival as well. Love to see it. Obviously, this is sim time versus real time. Right, so we did just want to set up a step climb as well, didn't we? Because we are doing a step climb up from a knock-in here. So we'll come here, we'll go step altitudes. We'll go to a knock-in. Oops. Knock-in, and that's going to be 290. So we'll set that. Oops, put it the wrong way around. 290 / knock-in. Insert. So we've got a step climb here now. Up to a knock-in. Sorry, after knock-in. Knock-in, step climb. Beautiful. Cool. It does say no optimal step. I'm not sure if it's... Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what that means, to be quite honest with you. But at least we've got that in there. So if we actually zoom out a bit here... it's not showing yet, but it'll show the bottom of climb here. Just probably once we've leveled off, I guess. Cool. Right, we can come back to the rad nav page, clear Pole Hill out, we can clear LBA out, and we'll go to the fix info page. We'll clear out this guy as well. We'll set up EGGD.
Full traffic is 25 on the second for my 27 Liverpool.
EGGD, what was it? 327 we're arriving on. We'll just stick in a 4 mile radius there just for my reference. Just so I know when we want to be fully configured by. We don't going to get punished on New Sky now, do we, for not being fully configured. Right, and we'll set up the rest once we're a little bit further on here. For now, let's catch up with some chat messages, I think. Well, we'll wait until we've leveled off, actually. Hope Aerosoft do a good Airbus A330. Yeah, I mean, it's shaping up. It looks quite nice from what they've shown so far. Like, the texturing looks very good, I think. It does look very nice. But, yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I mean, they did a good job with the CRJ, so I can't really see why they're going to do a bad job of the 330. The 330 is a different developer, though, I believe. Hans Hartmann did the CRJ, and obviously Hans Hartmann's working on the ATR now, so I assume the 330 is going to be done by a different team. Right, we've got 2,000 to go here, just under. But we'll be most certainly adding the 330 to the fuzzair fleet. I can say that for sure. I've never flown a 747 or in business, so it would be cool to do at the same time. Yeah, that'd be super cool. That'd be super cool. Yeah, I've never flown in business myself, actually. And to be honest, when I did fly on a 747, I was quite a bit younger, so I can't even remember actually being on it, unfortunately, which is quite sad. All I remember was seeing the staircase as you boarded. That's all I really remember. Does weather radars are operational now? No, they're not. No. No weather radar yet. What you're seeing here, this is a terrain display. Right, we're leveled off alt cruise, and we should have a step climb showing on here, which we do not appear to. Wants me to enter destination data already. I'm not sure why it doesn't want to. It should update these altitudes as well for the step climb. Yeah, I mean, I've put it in correctly. Step ahead, that's fine. Well, at least that's part of it's working. It should show it on the ND, but never mind. We'll just have to do it from memory. Owen says, I love playing this game, not a clue what I'm doing, but loving it. Great. Love to see it. I love to see it, Owen. I mean, at some point, pretty much everybody who does flight sim, unless you're a pilot, of course, didn't know what they were doing at one point. So, as long as you're enjoying yourself, that's all good. That is all good. Right, let me just see. Let's see if we've got any new pilots who have applied to fuzzair that I could approve right now. Let's see. Pilots. No, we don't. Okay. Cool. Have we got any other flights in the air? Oh, crikey, we've got so many. Ace is on his way to Frankfurt. Mikhail is on his way to Leeds from Toulouse doing the award flights, and so is Mr. Bendover. Love to see it, chats. Love to see it. Right. Tell you what I'm also going to do, though, is I'm going to just generate my OFP for my next flight as well through New Sky. I've allowed myself about a 45-minute turnaround time in Bristol. Also going to be quite a short leg as well, for reference.
Final call from us today. Climbing to flight level 320.
Right. Coming up to knock in here. Let's step up to flight level 290. Thrust climb. Alright, we've got a big cloud here. Let's see if this guy produces any turbulence for us. Temperature is -3. Let's get the anti-ice on. Stephen Chelsea says, I cost your airline 26k with a bad landing. Oh, I wondered who that was. I wondered who that was, Stephen. Yeah, I saw that. That was a... let's see. Yeah, that was due to a runway excursion, wasn't it? $30,000 penalty for that. No worries though, dude. No worries. And Tuckbeat, yeah, no worries at all, dude. Nightbot doesn't like caps though, so you gotta watch. Right, we're coming through this cloud. I mean, not really seeing any turbulence, but nevertheless, we're only going through the top of it. I don't know if that's probably not even a storm cloud, to be fair, so not really too much to worry about. We're fine. To be honest, I haven't noticed any turbulence on this trip at all so far. Right, our top of descent is actually coinciding with our top of climb here. So interesting when SimBrief does these step climbs. Sometimes just doesn't seem to make that much sense to me, but anyways, let's set up for an arrival. Right, so I'll just have to check my charts real quick just to see what this arrival's like. I've never flown into Bristol before, so I'm just going to have to kind of give myself a little bit of a mini brief so I actually know what I'm setting up for here. Ah, interesting. Okay. So we'll probably have to go on to vectors for 27. Alright, that's fine. Okay, cool. Okay, fine. So let's have a look then at what we've calculated, what we've put in for our arrival. So we've put in the correct arrival, which is the Amral 1 Bravo. We've got ILS 27, and then VIAs, we want to put no VIA there. Just want to see, it looks a bit funky, so I just want to zoom in a bit and see what the situation is there. Right, so we won't be flying that procedure. I did put no VIA, so I don't think it should have drawn that in, to be fair, but hey ho, it's still there. We've got too steep path here. Ah, okay, between Bravo Romeo India and CF27, the centre fix. So yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We are going to be on vectors at that point anyway, so we can plan our own descent around that. Okay, cool. So the start is more or less straight in, so I don't think we need to worry about... I mean, we're going to have slightly extra track mileage here for the approach, so we don't need to worry if we're a little bit high on the profile, which we already are because we've just gone past our top of descent. So let's go down already. We'll set 160 initially. There is a required altitude on the descent here as well, so I don't think I really want to set up anything else, to be honest. We'll actually increase the speed so that we can catch the profile a bit here. Funny. Slightly Vids has just joined fuzzair. Very good, dude. Very, very good. Welcome aboard. I will accept you now. You guys are more than welcome to join me for a fuzzair flight on the next one. If you want to join. We've got Shane accepted. Omar is accepted. You guys are more than welcome to join me on the next flight. I'd be quite intrigued to see how well my VMR is working, actually, for VATSIM, because I haven't had a chance to test it to a great degree yet. Right. Okay, then, chat. So, let us do a arrival briefing, shall we? Anti-eyes can come off now as well. Right. Cool. Okay, so, arrival briefing. So we are arriving.
Descending inbound Amra for Amra 1 Bravo arrival Bristol traffic.
Was that you, Quizzy? I think it was, because I heard you quite clearly. Bristol traffic, Fuzzy 201, descending Amrel 1 Bravo, passing 251 for 160. Bristol traffic. Right, cool. So, we're doing the Amrel 1 Bravo for Bristol. This is an RNAV start. This is a 10-2 Alpha chart. Airport elevation 622 feet, so I told you it was not too far behind Leeds, Bradford. Transition level. Now, we've not got any ATC online, so don't need to worry too much about that, but let's just check on the departure charts for Bristol and see what the altitude is. So transition altitude is 6,000, so we'll call it 7,000 for the transition level. This is RNAV 5. Aircraft may be instructed direct to following radar vectoring, so that's fine. We'll be doing our own radar vectoring. So as we said, it's the Amrel 1 Bravo, and it's an RNAV arrival. So we've got some descent planning here. 160 by Amrel, 150 by Riles, and 70 by Bristol NDB, which is all actually noted on here as well. Anyway, so we've got Amrel, required altitude 160, and then we're going to proceed to Riles, required altitude 150 there, which at the moment we're not going to make because we're a bit high still. I'm just increasing the speed here in the background. We'll go to 315 knots. Then we've got to go Riles Dobin, left turn to Inga, max 250 knots, and then a left turn, continuing on the same track to the Bristol NDB, which is max 220 knots. What we'll probably do though is, because this NDB is right over the airport, we'll probably vector ourselves off like this as we approach Bristol NDB. Max 220 knots. And then we're going to be flying the ILS, NDB ILS DME for runway 27. This is the 11-2 chart, and the localizer India Bravo Tango Sierra 11015. Final approach course is 267, and the final approach fixed 2,500 feet at 5.8 miles. Runway elevation slightly lower than the airport itself at 601 feet, and the MSA highest in the southwest at 3,000 feet, based on the Bristol NDB. The glide slope is a standard 3 degrees, and the minimums we're going to be using 801 feet. We've got a PAPI to the left of the runway, and if we need to go around, it's climbing straight ahead to 3,000, then it's directed. Arriving into Bristol. For the initial taxi in. Let's have a look here. We're coming on 27. Yeah, we're probably not going to be able to vacate Delta. We'll probably vacate Foxtrot. It's quite a tight turn out there, and then we'll taxi Foxtrot and then Zulu down to the main apron here. And we're going to come for stand 2. So we'll taxi Zulu, stand 2. Quite straightforward for the arrival. And that is it for the arrival briefing. Let's just check. Just going to come back over here and check that we've got everything in. We're actually catching the profile here, which is nice. We've got 150 blue inset currently. We'll actually set this down lower to 70, which is going to be our transition altitude also. Transition level, should I say. Right, there we go. Des. Cool. Okay, so let's have a look. Just making sure this is in correctly, which it is. We've got 250 at IMGA and 220 at Bristol. That's also fine. No worries. Too steep path we've already discussed. That's also fine. No worries. And then on the RadNav page, 11015 and IBTS minus 3 degrees. It's all in there. Lovely stuff. Right, cool. Speaking of which, let's get the LS push buttons on as well. We'll actually put one on ADF so we can monitor the Bristol NDB as well. Seatbelt signs are still on. Never mind. Right. Landing calculation. The runway is dry. Let's just check the METAR here. Yeah, that's all looking good. So the landing weight is going to be 62.2. So we're definitely going to need medium auto brake. And flat full auto thrust will turn off as well. QNH is 1006 as well there, so we'll come down here. I'm just going to set that there as a reminder. And we'll come in here and set up our arrival performance. So it's 1006. Wrong window. So we've got 11 degrees temperature. And the winds are varying, but we've got 190.12, so we haven't quite got those gusts that we were expecting, which is fine with me. We'll go 801 feet for the minima. Cool. And then we've got NADP 2 departure procedures, so if we do need to go around, thrust reduction acceleration altitude is set up correctly and all okay there as well. Lovely. Right. Lovely stuff. Okay, so we're descending down. We do need to slow down here. So I'll go back to manage speed as we're on the profile now. Should have really done that when we initially caught the profile. Oh, we're still struggling to keep the profile there. Crikey. Nevertheless, we should be fine. We've got a bit of track mileage here to work with, but it's more important than we slow down to 250 knots for the arrival. Auto brake medium is selected. And let me just go in here and just set 70 as well, which I missed earlier on. Cool. It does want more drag, but we are slowing down currently, so we'll see how it goes. I don't want to use the speed brake if I can help it. Are those waypoints? Yeah, TUCBeat. Yeah, some of them are. Some of them are based on ground-based nav aids, but yeah, most of them are just waypoints that are in the air, basically, so to speak. Valentino, welcome to the chat. What do the numbers before the chart mean? It says Stian. So it's just basically a number to define what chart it is. So that, like, for example, when you are briefing a chart, it's super useful to refer to that number so that you both know that you're looking on the same chart. It's just like a unique identifier for each chart. But that being said, they do also have a pattern to them per airport. So, for example, if you look at your taxi charts here, you look at your taxi charts, you've got a 10-9 and a 10-9 Alpha. Bristol doesn't have many. It's not a great example, but if you go to a different airport, for example, say, we'll choose Toulouse, which has more charts, you'll see all the taxi charts again. They're all 10- and then a number. And you will also find the airport diagram that looks like this for pretty much every airport. This is Toulouse. This is Bristol. This is Leeds, Bradford. This is always the 10-9. But so there is a sort of a convention to them, but each airport, each chart will have its own individual number. So, you know, the same convention runs for approaches, which is usually starts 11 or 12, and then you've got stars that start with 10, and so on and so forth. So, in fact, most of them start with 10, don't they? But yeah, there is some convention to it, but it's a unique identifier. Is probably the best way to put it. Right. So let's just monitor how we're doing here. Lovely. So we've got so we've got Fizzy coming in front of us. Poser, welcome. Lovely stuff, indeed, indeed. Speaking of lovely stuff, there's your lovely stuff right there. How long at Bristol do we have? About 40... it'll probably be about 50 minutes at this rate. Right, we are actually plus 9 degrees up here, so we're actually looking pretty good. We don't need to, probably won't need to turn the anti-ice on for this arrival here. So Quizzy's gone the... Looks like he's doing the standard chartered procedure. So what we'll do is we'll do a excuse me. We'll do a downwind, but we'll sort of extend it out. So we'll go heading 090. BS 1000 heading. That's fine. Now we don't really want to speed up there. Should have pulled the speed first. Bristol traffic, fuzzy 201 is on a downwind for runway 27. We will extend our downwind to allow spacing for the preceding aircraft, Bristol traffic. Right, cool. So approach phase is now active. That's all looking good. Flying 090. And we're just right at the transition level here. Let's continue on down to the platform altitude, which I didn't brief earlier, but it's actually 2,500 feet. So we'll continue on down at 1,000 feet per minute. Speed VS 1000, flight level, actually we'll go like this. And we'll set the current QNH, which is 1006. So many messages. Right, so 2,500 altitude is set. QNH 1006. Approach checklist. Bar ref is set 1006. Seatbelt signs are on. Minimums. Bar. Oh no, I forgot my landing lights, chat. Bugger. Oh my god, how many messages on text? Crikey, guys. Yeah, I'm definitely going to get docked on New Sky for not having my landing lights on. Never mind. Right. So minimums are set 801. Baro. Auto brake is medium, and the engine mode selector is in norm. Approach check is complete.
Further, you might want to extend the downwind a little bit more. My autopilot is doing its thing and getting back on track.
Yeah, no worries at all. We've still got a bit of altitude to lose anyway, so we'll continue extending our downwind until you're established. If you can let us know, Fuzzy 201.
No problem. Thank you.
Right, temperature is 10 degrees, so we'll get the engine anti-ice on. It looks like he's getting nicely established here. I think we can start swinging it around now, I think. So go heading 230. Fuzzy 0201 is turning base runway 27 Bristol traffic. I think we're going to overshoot the localizer here, chat. We've vectored ourselves in far too closely. Yeah, we have overshot it. I'll have to spin all the way around. That's my bad. I brought myself in far too close to the airfields. Should have given myself maybe a 080 rather than a 090. Right, we'll start our descent down to 500 feet per minute. As we're going to have a very long final here now. 15 miles, not too bad actually. And 2,500 is checked. Just going to stick this in here just for reference. So I can see where the localizer is a bit more precisely. Alarm the approach. So glide slope blue, localizer blue, cat 3 single, cat 3 dual, AP 1+2.
Bristol traffic reference 3 miles final.
I feel like I've missed something, chat, today, but I can't quite think what it was. I think it's because I just forgot my landing lights and I'm afraid of getting penalised on New Sky. Right, temperature is now 12 degrees. We'll get the engine anti-ice off. And that's a lock star, alt star. Lovely stuff. We'll come back to manage speeds. Right, okay then, so 8.7 miles to go. Let's go to flaps 1. Speed is checked. 2. Excuse me. The terrain is somewhat undulating here, so just keeping an eye on the radio altimeter. And there's a glide slope alive. Let's go to flaps 2. Speed is checked. See if I can record a replay as well. Right. Flaps 2 is set. Gear down. Right, lovely.
2,000.
2,000 feet is checked. And the spoilers. Glide slope. Flaps 3. Speed is checked. See what's going on with this VAP here. 136. Ground speed mini giving us quite a high speed there. Alright, let's go to flaps full. Speed is checked. Flaps set to full. Landing checklist. Go around altitude 3,000 feet. Is set. Ecam memo landing no blue. Landing checklist complete. Let's do this. We've got a fairly decent crosswind, although it's not all crosswind, but we've got a decent amount of wind coming from the left. So we'll have to watch out for that. Autopilot disconnected. Definitely got a decent crab on here as well. Wind's dropping off. Stabilized. I didn't hear the 1,000 call out there. I don't know if you guys did. Right, auto thrust disconnected.
Bristol traffic is the 98 November.
Visual, we're well off centerline now. Crikey.
100 above.
Not sure what happened there with the... I was following the flight directors.
Minimum.
Continue.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 5. Retard.
Oh, it bounced. Oh, baby, that was a mess. Right, go around. Flaps. Positive rates. Gear up. Mantogo SRS, go around track. Right, leave a climb. Speed, alt start, auto thrust. Get that nose down. Right, F speed, let's go flaps to 1. Speed is checked. We'll go heading and we'll give ourselves a right turn here. Could join the naughty queue. Well, if you do anything wrong on your first landing, oh, S speed, flaps up. Yeah, if you do anything wrong on your first landing and you go around, it actually disregards that, and it only counts the second landing. Right, we'll go to 080. I'm not quite sure what happened there, chat. It all just went a bit skew with right in the flare. Fenix needs to be updated for Sim Update 12. It feels normal. I don't think it... I mean, the Fenix team said that they're happy with it in Sim Update 12. But I don't know. Maybe something strange did happen there, Sim Update 12 related. But other than that, it felt fine. It was just my poor inadequate skills. I'm going to get the FPS counter off now as well. What am I using for the FES counter? That's MSI Afterburner. Bristol traffic, fuzzy 201. We've just gone around runway 27 and we're on a downwind again for 27 at 3,000 feet. Bristol traffic. Right, we'll go 085 now. We'll activate our approach phase. We'll clear that. That's fine. And then we shall go direct once again. And we shall go 087. Oops. 087 first. It's already in there. Let's go like that. Oops. Idiot. Right. 087. Radial in. Inserts. There we go. Pull. Right. Okie dokes. There does seem to be some gusty winds coming in now, though, I will say. Bit of task overload there, yeah. I think when you're doing a go-around single pilot, it is always a bit of a task overload, I think. In my experience. Fizzy, and you too, dude. Thanks for joining along, and good evening. I'll catch you again soon. Thanks for flying along, dude. We may be late at landing now, though, so we may get penalised for that. But I think we're actually running a bit early, to be honest. So I don't think. I think we're gonna be okay. Right, let's go for a turn in now to base. Bristol traffic, fuzzy 201, turning base, runway 27. Right, we'll go down to 2,500 feet. VS minus 500. We'll keep the turn coming a bit. Go 210. And because we've already set up that direct 2 with the radial in, we can just press nav. And that's going to set up a nice little intercept for us. Well, arm approach. Lovely. Okie dokes. Is the runway sloping? It is, yeah. It slopes upwards by the looks of things. Yeah, it's 603 elevation at 27 threshold and 613. So it's 10 feet higher at the 09 threshold. And someone asked, is the Leeds Bradford runway sloping? It is, yeah. It is, yeah. But we're arriving in Bristol here. Don't forget rudder. Yeah, I'll try not to. I'll try not to. To be honest, I'm kind of scared of using my rudder at the moment in the Fenix because it just flails about like a fish. Tuckbeat says, do I offer classes? No, I don't. No. I mean, I wouldn't really feel myself that qualified to give classes, unfortunately. I'm not a real pilot, so there's probably details that I would miss if I was to give a class. Right, so let's go to flaps 1. Speed is checked. And once we pass VFE next, we'll immediately go to flaps 2. Speed is checked, flaps 2. And flaps 2 set, gear down. Lots of lots of low cloud hanging about this airport. Just do it once and you'll be confident with how it works. Yeah, I mean, I've done it. I've done it many times before, Poser. I've done it many times. It's not something that's new to me. It's just, like I say, it's just the way that the Fenix responds to the rudder at the moment in crosswinds. It's just a bit strange. Right, towers online. 133850. This is going to be... I wish I'd noticed they were online earlier. Right, we'll go to flaps 3. Speed is checked.
1000.
Bristol Tower, very good evening. Fuzzy 201 on the ILS 27, 3 miles out.
1000.
Bristol Tower, radio check.
Readability 5.
Bristol Tower, very good evening. Fuzzy 201 on ILS 27 with 2 miles out. Bristol Tower.
Fuzzy 201, Bristol Tower, good evening. Surface wind 190 degrees, 12 knots, runway 27, clear to land.
27 clear to land, Fuzzy 201. Right, we've just got docked on New Sky again for that.
500.
Dear oh dear, I wish I'd noticed he was online earlier. Because we've just configured late there, basically.
300.
This is a go around again, chat. We're too high. Oh my days. Right, so we're going around. Go around flaps.
100.
Gear up. I'm going to get the AP in there just to help me a little bit on this. Fuzzy 201 going around.
Roger. Fuzzy 201, standard missed approach.
Following the standard miss, Fuzzy 201. Dear oh dear, chat, we're going to be late. Passengers, I'm so sorry. Fuzzy 201, we're level at 3,000 now. Happy to make a turn back for another approach whenever you're ready.
Fuzzy 201, Roger, just follow the standard missed approach as you're outside my control authority, but you can stay on this frequency. It's not a problem.
Sure, yeah, I get you. Okay, no worries. We'll vector ourselves back round and we'll let you know when re-established.
Roger.
Right, cool. So that's fine. We'll go 07080 again as we did last time. Watch that windshield on the ground. We'll try. I mean, this is our first arrival into Bristol ever for fuzzair, so maybe we'll get a what do you call it? A water salute by the fire crew. How long have I been training? I mean, I would say I've been simming for about 2.5 years now, but yeah, I wouldn't say that was all training, to be honest. Hitesh says, I once given a go around in Rome after a long 9-hour hauler. Fortunately, I gave some rage to the controller at the time. My bad. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things, isn't it? I mean, I quite like doing go-arounds, to be honest, because it's good to practice them, because you don't do them enough, in my opinion. At least I don't, anyway. So it's quite... yeah, I quite like doing them, to be honest. But after a 9-hour, yeah, I can imagine it is a little bit grating if, you know, somebody's not sequenced properly, or somebody is just, you know, not being as expeditious as they should be, and it was their fault that you had to go around. Then I can imagine that is probably quite a bit grating after a 9-hour. Yeah. Roy, I don't know if I've missed you, but take it easy, dude. Thank you very much for dropping by. I'll catch you again soon. Have you or anyone else experienced slow reactions from the Fenix A320? Example, ND updating really slow and MCP reaction times. FPS absolutely fine, weird one. No, I haven't British Aviator, no, to be honest. Only thing I would recommend is just going into your Fenix app and checking what settings you've got on there. I mean, you've probably already done that, but if you go in here, make sure you've got display quality. That's going to give you the best response time on the displays. And CPU, I would recommend rendering your displays on... Well, it depends really, but I have mine on CPU because I find that when I go over an area with not a lot of scenery, if I have it on GPU, the displays start to lag because, you know, the GPU usage, you know, goes up a lot because producing so much more FPS when you're over an area with less scenery. So I put it on CPU, and that, you know, it does knock back. Maybe I do lose 1 or 2 frames overall with that, but it means the displays are much more consistently smooth for me. So maybe that helps. Dublin has 65 tailwinds. Crikey. 65 knots tailwinds. I suppose it depends what direction you're coming from, really, but crikey, that's still very windy. Right, okay then, so let's get set back up then for the third attempt. Third time's a charm. Right, so let's go and set up our extended center line again. That's going to be 087. Radial in, inserts, pull. I'm going to cut it in a little bit earlier here this time. And because we don't have to change the radios halfway through the approach this time, we should be absolutely fine here. And I do wonder though, chat. I do wonder. Let me just check here real quick. Fuel prediction 29. Oh, we've not got a fuel on board prediction anymore. That's a bit rough, isn't it? Let's just say it's about. Well, let's just say it's what it is now. So 2.1 tons. So that's going to be 61.2. So we'll go 61.2 here. Let's just see if we can do a flap 3. Can do a flap 3, but there's not much in it. We've got light rain now as well, so let's just drop that. Yeah, we can't do a flap. Oh. We're going to need max manual braking here, actually. We've not got any stop margin there. Crikey. Let's go max reverse. Okay. Yeah. Crikey. Right, let's turn in. Oh, that's far too far. What am I doing? I want 230. That's all on it. Okay, so we can't do flap 3. We'll do a flap flap full again. And we're going to nail it this time, chat. 3 attempts and divert isn't the rule. Yeah, fortunately it's not. Fortunately it's not. Right, let's arm approach. Yeah, I mean, the reason for the second go around there was it was nothing really to do with the it was nothing really to do with the weather or anything like that. It was just purely because I was just task saturated trying to contact the controller whilst we only had 4 miles to go, and I wasn't paying enough attention to the vertical profile that we were flying. We ended up getting a bit high on the ILS, and yeah, we just ended up too high really. Yeah, that is strange then, British Aviator. I mean, the only other thing I would probably suggest, Lockstar, the only thing I would probably suggest is to reduce your graphics settings in Microsoft Flight Simulator, because maybe you're maxing out your CPU or whatever your Fenix displays are on, and you're not leaving enough headroom for it to do its calculations there. Oh, that's the point, actually. They updated the displays, didn't they? In the Sim Update 12, so you can pop them out now. Well, I know you could pop them out before, but you can actually pop them out like this now, I believe. I don't know if you could do that before or not. I don't usually do it like this. But they should keep their... Let's see what the FPS is like. Oh, it's terrible. It's still... Okay, we don't do that anymore. Right, glide slope style. We'll go flaps 1. Speed is checked. I'm actually going to drop the gear now and just try and get a little bit configured a bit early because I've got distracted there. Right. And speed is checked, flaps 2. Bristol Tower, very good evening. Fuzzy 201, established ILS 27. I keep thinking I'm on Unicom still, and I need to say something at the end there.
0 degrees, 11 knots, runway 27, clear to land again.
Clear to land again, Fuzzy 201, runway 27. Right, he said wind was 180 degrees. Crikey, that's more or less a straight crosswind now. We'll have to see how that pans out. Highlight King, welcome to the chat. Okay, flaps full. Right, let's do it. We're stabilized at 1,000 feet. Autopilot disconnected.
1,000.
Auto thrust disconnected. I do have my Fenix sensitivity set a bit higher than what I normally have it on today, though. I just wanted to see if it would be any different with this sim update, but so that might be affecting my hand flying a little bit here. But wind's dropping down to about 10 knots now, still from the left. It is more or less a straight crosswind, though. 150. Getting a bit fast on speed here.
500.
Coming off the centre line, correcting for that. Very difficult to get back across.
Minimum.
Continue.
Golf, Alpha Delta Golf, radio check.
100.
Readability 5. Readability 5, likewise. Just check.
40.
The ATIS doesn't seem to be up. I've been listening for a while.
20.
It's not
Retard.
come up as yet.
10. 5.
It is on the system.
Spoilers. Decel.
You just get it by text.
Reverse green.
It was the setting that I was wrong on my end. That I was...
Manual braking.
probably
Reverse is stowed.
I'll just have a listen to that and then I'll come back to you.
Did alright there, chat, I think. Did alright there. Really struggled to get back on that center line though once I got off it. Right, welcome to Bristol, chats. This is the PilotPlus scenery. We've never shown this on stream before, and in fact, to be honest, I've not really had much of a look at it myself. I only picked it up today.
Fuzzy 201, taxi stand 24 via Golf and Zulu.
Could we request stand 2 if it's available for Fuzzy 201?
Hey firm, stand 2 via Golf and Zulu.
Stand 2, Golf and Zulu, Fuzzy 201. Thank you. Right, strobe lights are off, landing lights are off, taxi lights is on. We'll get the flaps retracted and the spoilers disarmed. TCAS can come off, radar and predictive wind shear off as well.
Bristol Tower, good evening. AZ7S for uniform, A320 on stand 25.
Right, cool. After landing checklist, radar and predictive wind shear are off. We'll start the APU.
Bristol Tower, good evening. Love to give you clearance, but you have not filed a flight plan.
Right, we got there in the end.
Bristol Tower, Golf Alpha Delta.
Feel free to put your landing rate predictions in the chat.
Information Charlie on the GA ramp.
Let's see, how late are we actually?
For IFR clearance to Newcastle.
Scheduled arrival time should have been, about half an hour ago.
Golf, Bristol Tower, good
Probably going to be late for our next one then.
Newcastle via the Brecon 1 X-ray departure, squawk 7536, QNH 1005.
Yeah, this is PilotPlus Bristol, guys.
X-ray departure, squawk 75.
Very nice ground textures, I will say, initially. Nice custom taxiway signage as well.
Correct.
Right, we're going to go stand 2.
EZ7S for uniform, you should have the flight plan now.
EZ784 uniform, Bristol Tower, yes I do. Just confirm your aircraft type and stand number, please.
Airbus A320 on stand 25.
Roger, EZ78, correction, 784 uniform.
Can I share my sensitivity? I can when we're stopped, yeah.
X-ray departure, squawk 7303.
Crikey, chats. That was long.
One X-ray, squawk 7303.
A lot of statics here at Bristol, though, that you can't turn off, unfortunately.
784 uniform, correct.
Right, we're coming in here. We're going to be next to this Aer Lingus. Hang on a minute. Is he in our stands? No. Okay. Yeah, we're going to be in between this Ryanair and the Aer Lingus. The Ryanair is a static. This guy's on VATSIM, though. Right. Get the taxi lights off. After landing check, this is complete. Stand 1 and stand 2 coming up.
Delta Golf ready to taxi.
Golf Delta Golf taxi, holding point Hotel X-ray for runway 27 via Hotel.
Hotel X-ray via Hotel Golf Alpha Delta Golf.
Not the best turn in. Let's turn these guys off so I can actually see the marshaller a bit clearer, actually. Right, parking brake is set. APU available. Engines can come off. Beacon light off. Seatbelt sign off. We'll get that transponder off as well. Okie dokies then. Lovely stuff. Fuel pumps off. And the parking checklist. Parking brake is set. Chocks are not in just yet. Engines are off, wing lights are off, fuel pumps are off. Parking checklist complete. Right, Let's do this guy, and they should connect the ground power. And the chocks are now in. So let's just release the parking brake so the brakes will cool down a bit quicker there. And we'll get the APU master off. Right, okay, lovely stuff. Hello? I'm sure I asked them to bring... Oh, the stairs are there. Lovely stuff. And the parking's not too bad either, actually. A little bit to the right of centerline there, but not too shabby. Welcome to Bristol, guys. Look at this terminal, though. It looks so good. I mean, it's raining now, so it's a bit difficult to see how well they've done the PBR and stuff, but it looks so good. Like, the way they've done the texture on here, it's like they've modeled in this, like, zigzag kind of texture, and then they put the texture on top, and it just makes it look so good. We're unfortunately probably not going to have too much time to actually tour this airport either, because it's going to be going to have so little time for the turnaround. Right, okay then. Well, let's have a look at the flight report then, shall we, on New Sky. Oh my days. Oh my days, really. Oh, I think I need to lower my sensitivity, chat. I think I need to lower my sensitivity. Right, you're gonna laugh at this. You are gonna laugh. So, apart from this, we had a pretty good flight, but we had a tail strike apparently on takeoff. 13.1 degrees pitch, allowed 13 degrees. And I will attest that that is potentially possible, because I think the rotation was a little bit quick, and we've been docked the airline $150,000. Oh. So, Stephen, you're worrying about being docked $30,000. It just got a little bit worse for us. That being said, the landing itself was quite good. The 1.33 Gs, 409 feet per minute, but the Gs is what we look at on here. And then distance from threshold 500 meters with max centerline deviation of 3.07 meters. So the landing was quite good in the end. As you can see, we've got the go around here. And then the landing itself, let's see if we can find the runway here. We're going to have a lot of marks here, but this was the landing that we just did here. So we were pretty decent with the touchdown zone, a little bit to the right of... Well, we were pretty much on centerline there. I'm not sure if the satellite imagery is not matching up exactly to the actual centerline in the sim. And this bounce is from the earlier landing where we went around initially. And we also did another bounce as well further down. Oh my days, chat. Really? I would love to see whether that was actually a tail strike or not. To be quite honest. I would love to see that was actually a tail strike. But we don't have a replay of that. We've only got a replay of the landing, so I cannot verify whether that is or not. But quite cool that it actually accounts for that though. So there we go, chats. Dear, look at that. Let's come back here then. Yeah, look at that. So, Stephen, you thought that one was bad. And AC, you thought that one was bad. Look at that one. Crikey. It's over 10 times. Sorry, it's not over 10 times. But it's many times more. And the 6... That's the lowest rating I've ever got on U-Sky. I am sad. I am sad. Anyways, we've got another flight to do here, chat. And we are already running behind. So let's start that one. And I'm not going to brief the OFP, actually, for this one. Because I'm going to try and keep things as short as possible. But in a nutshell, we're going to Belfast. Got 2 step climbs on this one. Well, we've got a step climb and a step descent. And then 160 passengers again, the same load really. And then the weather is looking... I mean, we know what the weather's like here at Bristol. Reduced visibility slightly. And then weather at Aldergrove is looking quite windy and with rain and haze. So that could be also pretty spicy as well. So let's get set up for the next flights. Right. So let's just motor on here. For some reason the deboarding hasn't happened yet, even though I've requested it. Is it something to do with the doors here? It is, right. Okay. Okay then, so we carry on. Let's go ATSU.
Bristol sounds very good.
AOC, arrival message we've got, that's fine. Let's go back here actually. We'll come back here. Init data requests. So the off-blocks time we scheduled for is 19:45 Zulu time, but that's not the time we're using in the sim. It should be 17:45, so we've got 20 minutes to go. So not long at all. So I'm just going to press on here. Oops. I'm just going to press on here real quick, chat, and hopefully see if we can get this wrapped up. Now, GSX is going to do its deboarding, but it bugged out on me. It bugged out on me regarding the deboarding for the door, so I'm probably going to just reset GSX so that we don't have to deal with that. Okay. Let's just do that, actually. Okay, so we're going to be, this time, Fuzz 29er... Niner. It should be 29er. Actually, no, 299er is correct. It's costing it 26. Initial climb 240. And -30. Temperature here is 10. And we'll go departures off runway 27, I assume, is the departing runway, which we've just landed on. And we'll be using the Bravo Charlie November 1 X-ray departure. And I'm not even going to set up an arrival just to save some time here. Right, okay. And then we're going to go 267 25. Let me just get my charts in the right place here.
Roger. EC784 uniform stand. Correction. EC784 uniform taxi Osprey Alpha X-ray via Zulu.
It's not an RNAV departure, so we want the ILS DME, which is tuned. Want the BCN, Brecon VOR, which is already tuned, but we'll hard tune it. And we want the 4149 inbound. That's all we need there.
All stations, Bristol Tower is taking a 1-minute break. Back with you in a moment.
Right, EGGD for the secondary. and set up on to 27. Should an engine fail, which it probably will at this rate, knowing my luck, we'll do our init B. Hopefully we've got a company message. Go and open GSX here. Let's go flight init. Sorry, we'll go receive messages. Request refueling. We've got a load sheet. Lovely stuff. 59.2. And 31.2. Fuel we're expecting is 5.3. Okay. Lovely. And for this one, it's going to be a wind, slight headwind of 4 knots only this time. Alternate fuel is going to be 1.1 tons. And the route reserve 0.6. So that's all in there. That's looking good now. We'll go ahead and get passengers boarded. Refueler's not here, but let's just go ahead and start this going. Right, let's go for departure perf. 27. It's wet. Packs on, sync, and the weather.
All stations, Bristol Tower back with you.
154040 0.350. Is that right? Am I reading this wrong? 0.3. 0.3 and 50. 50. NADB2. That's all correct. Right. Cool. We're looking good then.
QC 784 uniform, surface wind 180 degrees, 11 knots, runway 27.
And someone was asking about the refueling earlier. You can see it's happening now. The numbers are going up. Lovely stuff. Okay, so we're looking like we're getting back on schedule here, chat. I'm feeling good. Feeling good about this. Right, so let us then get a clearance, shall we? I'll get my correct charts here, and then we'll request a clearance.
Shamrock 135 ready for pushback and start.
Shamrock 135.
So expecting the Brecon 1 X-ray.
Approved, face east.
Push and start free face east to Shamrock 135.
All stations, just to advise, the wind at 2,000 feet is southwest 28 knots.
28 knots at 2,000 feet. Crikey, that's some serious wind there. Yeah, this is going to be another spicy takeoff, chat. I'm going to have to make sure I'm quite gentle with the rotation, just because it could get a little bit spicy here. Right, let's see if we've got an ATIS. We do. Information Charlie, QNH is the 1006, which we've already got set. So that's good. And I'll just make sure that's all filed on. Make sure that's all filed on VATSIM. Sorry if I'm missing your messages, chats. I'll catch up with them once we get a little bit more into a state where we're actually on time here. Need to make back that money after I lost so much on this flight already, on this session already. Right, so let's request our clearance. Passengers are coming on. Love to see it. It's very, very nice. Nice pathing from the gates. Love to see it. The Shamrock should be pushing back. It is. It's gone.
Easy 784 uniform. No further agency for you. Continue on Unicom 122.8 and enjoy your flight. Bye-bye.
The commentator, welcome to the chat. Bristol Tower, hello again. Fuzzy 299er, stand 2, type A320. We do have information. Charlie, QNH is 1006, so request clearance to Belfast.
Fuzzy 299 Bristol Tower, you're cleared to Belfast Aldergrove via the Brecon 1 X-ray departure, squawk 7507.
Cleared to Belfast Aldergrove, Brecon 1 X-ray departure, squawk 7507, Fuzzy 299.
Fuzzy 299 correct.
Right, everything as expected there. Love to see it.
Bristol Tower, good evening.
Right, fuel is on board.
Stand 5, requesting RFR clearance to Belfast Aldergrove as filed. Information Charlie on board, type A320.
Where we're flying to Belfast, Super Gamer. Welcome to the chat there, hope you're doing well.
Bristol Tower, good evening. Cleared to Aldergrove via the Brecon 1 X-ray departure, squawk 5246.
Sim got uninstalled after I cancelled the update because it was stuck. Fantastic. Oh, God.
Fuzzy 04 Quebec.
Wait,
Fuzzy 04 Quebec.
we have another Fuzzy.
Are you having a party?
Where's the other Fuzzy? There it is! Beautiful. The GPU is going a little bit wild there, but it's working. Amazing. Love to see it. Amazing. Amazing. Who is that? Oh, it's you, Shane. Very good. Very good. Glad to have you with us. Commentator, yeah. That sounds very frustrating. Are you sure it got uninstalled?
135, request taxi.
Are you sure it just didn't lose the path for the sim? Are you coming off the beta as well? There's another question. Do you know where your userconfig.opt file is? Might be worth checking in that because sometimes the path in there can get a little bit screwed up when you're updating and it forgets where the sim's installed and thinks you need to reinstall it all when you don't. And if it's stuck, there are some instructions on the I don't know if you've seen, you might have done, on the Zendesk for Microsoft Flight Simulator for if it gets stuck. Sometimes you might just have to go into the sim files and delete the file that it got stuck on and then carry on. Hopefully that helps. But if it has, that's super frustrating. Son, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. GSX always shouts me if I start refueling before he arrives. Yeah, it does do that. It does do that. I mean, the thing is, because it's not fully integrated with the Fenix, you know, as long as you've got progressive refueling ticked in the settings, basically what it will do is, as long as it sees that the fuel amount in the aircraft is higher at the point of when it connects than it is currently, sorry. As long as it sees that the fuel goes up after it connects, it will still do the animation. As long as, like I say, the fuel is actually going up. And because the Fenix tablet, when you load it through the Fenix tablet, it doesn't load all the fuel in straight away at once. As long as you don't use the instant option, then it should still work okay. If that makes sense. Should start recording my takeoffs after this. Yes, I think I will do actually. I'm going to record the next one. Stephen says, I dispute the tail strike though. Your angle wasn't that bad. I'll have to watch it back, Stephen. I'll have to watch it back on... well, I'll watch the stream back and we can have a look at that because maybe it is worth disputing. I think, to be honest, as the airline owner, I think when you have an absolutely terrible flight like that, you do get an option to delete it. So I can actually delete that flight if I want to. Like, for example, I can also delete... It gives you the option, if your flight rating is under... I think if it's under 7, it will give you an option to delete it. So, within a certain amount of time. So, I could delete it, but I don't know. I'll have a look at it back. And, I mean, if it was tail strike territory, and I'll cross-check it with the Airbus material as well, whether it's in the FCAM or not, I'm not sure, but I'll cross-check it with some Airbus material and see what qualifies as a tail strike. I mean, I'm sure New Sky has got the correct information there, but I will cross-check it and see what it actually looked like on the stream, because that's going to be a good factor to establish that from. So I'll see. Maybe you can clear that off and then leave the flight in place. Because if that flight was, if it didn't have the tail strike, chat, that flight, as you can see, the only thing I got docked for there was the tail strike. So if that flight didn't have the tail strike, that would have been a perfect 10 there.
Bye-bye. Shamrock 135.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll look into it after the stream, and I'll let you guys know how it goes. No worries, son. I'm glad that helps. Really, the commentator, that is absolutely crazy. What the frig? That's so strange. Right, passengers on board. Cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity 5.3 tons. Seatbelt signs are on. Adheres are in nav. Bar F is set 1006 on both sides. Let's fire up the APU now. Lovely. Okay. Oh, Adam, you asked earlier on as well. Was it Adam? Was it you that asked which are the best? Which are some airports you should buy for fuzzair? Oh, we've got an EasyJet on top of us. Was it you that asked that, Adam? Right, stairs should be going now. There we go, lovely. Yeah, it was. Okay, yeah, so some good ones, I think, for fuzzair. I think probably... I mean, I suppose it depends how long you like flying, but I'd recommend Toulouse, Manchester, Bristol, Belfast, Edinburgh, Leeds... Maybe Heathrow as well. They're all UK based though, so they're all very, very short legs, those. So if you prefer to fly something a little bit longer than that, I would recommend Cologne, Bonn, Copenhagen. Actually, I didn't put Copenhagen down as a destination, but that's a good one. Malmo, I put as a destination for fuzzair because we don't fly there enough and it's fantastic scenery. And Gothenburg. Lyon. Sorry, I'm just reeling off so many sceneries here. But yeah, definitely I would recommend Belfast, EGAA. That's an absolutely fantastic scenery, as you're about to see. This Bristol one, highly, highly recommend it, although we're not going to get much chance to look around it here today. But yeah, maybe I'll repossession the aircraft here for the next stream. Right. Okay, APU is available. We'll get the chrono started. Load sheet, we'll accept the final one. We've got compliance. We don't need to change anything. That's music to my ears. Right, let's prepare for pushback and departure. We'll get the beacon light on. And before start checklist, parking brake is set.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Get the GPU disconnected. I should have turned this button off first.
Sorry, stand 6 for Z05 today.
Right, we're still okay.
Roger, yes, you are on stand 6.
We'll just go here. Set this.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Do we have any ATC online outside of this area? We do not. Right, parking brake is set. Takeoff speeds and thrust 154040, flex of 50 degrees. Windows are closed. Close that for now, and cockpit door is closed as well. Beacon light is on before start check is complete. Fuzzy 299 stand 2 is ready for push and start.
Fuzzy 299 stand 2, push and start approved. Face east on the apron.
Push and start approved, face east, Fuzzy 299. Go on, Mr. EasyJet. Ruining my angles, bro. Right, let's see if the ground speed does actually increase when using this tug.
Release parking brakes, please.
Right, parking brake is released. We're not going to start the engines immediately because we haven't quite warmed up the APU bleed. Sorry, we haven't quite warmed up the APU yet, so we can't put the bleed on. Although it should be actually warmed up. It has just been on, to be fair. Not quite sure if you have to wait the full 3 minutes if it's recently been on. We are on time though, bang on time. Absolutely bang on time, maybe 1 minute late.
Bristol Tower, good evening. Easy 48 Foxtrot Quebec, stand 22 Airbus A320 Neo with information.
Right, engine mode selected to, actually.
Information Delta.
APU bleed on. Fuel pumps.
EC 48 Foxtrot Quebec, Bristol Tower, very good evening.
Engine mode selected to ignition starts and engine 2 starts.
Score 1076.
Cleared to Schiphol via the Addon 1 X-ray departure and squawk 1076. Easy.
How do you download the VATSIM model matching? Have you got the file downloaded? Is that what you've... Are you struggling with actually downloading it, or are you struggling with how to do the bit afterwards?
Please set parking brakes.
Hit the ground.
Parking brake set.
Start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
EC 784, just report your stand number, please.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, we're shaking. Ground speed. Yeah. So it does do it with this tug. Interesting.
Cleared to Belfast Aldergrove via the Brecon 1 X-ray departure. Squawk 64.
Oh, we've got an EasyJet coming with us as well. Love to see it.
Cleared to Belfast, Brecon 1 X-ray.
Oh, it's a bit after you're confused. Right. Okay, so are you okay with unzipping the file?
Correct.
Actually, is it a zip? Right, engine 2 is available. We'll go for engine 1 starts.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Let's see. No, so it's not zipped, is it? So it's just a VMR. Fuzzair.vmr you should have, Adam. So what you need to do, open vPilot. But what I would recommend doing is I would recommend putting, so in your documents folder on your computer, just your standard documents folder, vPilot should have created a folder in there called vPilot files. Now you don't have to do this, but I would recommend just copying it and pasting it into that folder first. And then once you've done that, go onto vPilot, go onto settings, click the plus next to model matching, click on custom rules, and then add custom rule sets, and then just navigate to your vPilot files here, and then highlight the fuzzair VMR, and then, well, you can double click it or click open, and then it'll add it to that list. Put it at the top, and then click apply and OK, and that's it. Right, 2 good engine starts there. Engine mode selected to normal. We'll get the transponder on. Arm the ground spoilers, set the flaps to 1. Predictive wind shear and weather radar can come on. ECAM status is checked. Flight controls check. Full left, full right, neutral, full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, and 29.8 on the CG. 0.3 down is checked, and auto rate max Everything is set up here. That's all good. AP bleed can come off. AP master can come off. And we are ready to go. Has this guy just been cleared for a pushback? That's so strange. Or was it a different EasyJet? Anyways, we'll get engine anti-ice on because we'll need that for the departure. And we'll do the after-start checklist. Engine anti-ice is engine only. ECAM status is check. Pitch trim is 29.8. Rudder trim is neutral. After-start checklist complete. Fuzzy 299er, request taxi.
Fuzzy 299er. After the company A320 taxis onto Zulu in front of you from your left. Taxi holding point Alpha X-ray for runway 27.
After the company traffic passing from the left, taxi Zulu Alpha X-ray for runway 27, Fuzzy 299er. Oh, it's so beautiful, chat. Sean, I'm so pleased you joined us. We've never seen another fuzzair. Oh, gears coming down. I think the Fenix model isn't really made for VATSIM VMR usage, but as you can see, it does sort of work. Yeah, it's great to see another fuzzair on the network. Right, taxi lights on. Let's go, chat. Takeoff config test. Right, taxi checklist. Flight controls are checked. Flap setting config 1+F. Radar and predictive wind shear on and auto. Engine mode selector is in normal. ECAM mode takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist complete. Schultz, welcome to the chat. Welcome indeed. First step to world domination. Love to see it. Love to see it. It certainly is. It certainly is. I would love to see it one day when we have a flight on VATSIM and there's just so many fuzzies. This controller's already thought we were having some kind of party or something.
Fuzzy 04 Quebec, surface wind 180 degrees, 11 knots, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Winds copy, clear for takeoff runway 27, Fuzzy 04 Quebec.
Right, here we are, Alpha X-ray. Love this scenery, it's so good. I would just wish you could remove the statics, there's so many. Parking brake set. Here we go. Can we get a good view from back here? Not really. The rain is cooking us big time.
Fuzzy 299er behind the departing company A320 via Alpha X-ray lineup, runway 27 behind.
Behind the departing company A320, line up runway 27, behind Fuzzy 299. Right, lineup checklist 29er. Sorry, runway 27 is confirmed. TCAS, TARA, packs 1 and 2 are on. Lineup checklist complete. Get the strobe light on as well. What is the ICAO code for fuzzair? It's Foxtrot Uniform Zulu, fuzz.
AT48 Foxtrot, Quebec, request taxi.
Stand by. Fuzzy 04 Quebec, no further ATC for you. Continue on Unicom 122.8. Enjoy your flight. Bye bye.
122.9, have a lovely time. Bye bye. Fuzzy 04 Quebec.
Yeah. EC48 Foxtrot Quebec, taxi holding point Alpha X-ray for runway 27.
Taxi holding point Alpha X-ray, runway 27, EC48 Foxtrot Quebec.
Not a bad lineup that. Set the parking brake. Right. Fuzz checks, fuzz togas. in the chat. Be cleared momentarily. I just need to turn my Discord on. Can you guys hear my Discord when there's a notification? I think you probably can, can't you? Where's stream mode? Right, let's do some airline maintenance management whilst we wait here. Let's see if we've got any pilots ready to come on board. We do. We've got Yuri Trump.
Fuzzy 299.
Accepted.
Wind 180 degrees, 11 knots, runway 27 clear for takeoff.
27 cleared for takeoff. Fuzzy 299. And Safe Kev approved. Welcome aboard. Right, Fuzz Toga's in the chat. Landing lights on. Start the chrono. Holding on the toe brakes. Engines up to 50%.
Bristol Tower,
Oh, you don't? Okay, good to know. Good to know.
Information down there.
Takeoff. Manflex 50 SRS runway auto thrust blue. Look at these runway textures though, chat. So good.
EC48 Foxtrot, Quebec behind the departing.
Right. Flex sets, airspeed alive.
Line up runway 27 behind.
Behind the departing Airbus A320.
V1.
My Alpha X-ray runway 27 behind the G4
Try to go steady on the rudder here, chat. Rotate.
Mike Victor, you're cleared to Manchester via the Brecon 1 X-ray departure squawk 3377.
That was a bit of a better rotation. Nav, positive rate, gear up. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I hate these rudder pedals. They feel so unsmooth, man.
299, no further ATC for you. Continue on Unicom 122.8 and enjoy your flight. Bye.
1228 for Fuzzy 299. Thank you. Have a good evening.
See ya.
Right, leave a climb, thrust climb, auto thrust. That was better on the rotation there, but again, it was still very squirmy on the rudder. Right, disarm the ground spoilers, get the nose lights off, and we'll release the cabin crew. Clear ourselves all the way up initially to our initial cruising altitude of flight level 240. We'll pull for open climb and set standard. Flight level 240 blue, open climb. S speed is checked, flaps to 0. Right. There we go, chat. That was, yeah. Spicy again, but I'm pretty sure we didn't do a tail strike this time. Have I seen any performance improvement since the new update? No, I haven't ever, no. Welcome to the chat, though. I hope you're doing well. I feel like the performance is more or less the same for me in this update.
BC48 Foxtrot, Quebec, surface wind 180.
Right, off we go. Chat. Off we go. What rudder pedals am I using? I'm using the rudder, the Thrustmaster T rudder, I think they're called, pedals. But I've done a bit of a modification to them. I've actually re-greased them with something called Nyogel. I don't know if you've heard of it. Although the Nyogel, it did sort of work, it just sort of, it worked. It increased the resistance that I need to do to push them. But the center detent is almost impossible to feel now, for one. And then number two, I think it needs re-greasing, to be honest, because it's kind of a bit slippy, if you know what I mean. Like, some areas have more resistance than others, so that might also be a contributing factor. But that being said, the Fenix development team have said that the Fenix does definitely need some work in the crosswind takeoff and landing department. So I would think it's probably a combination of the two, isn't it? The TPRs, no, not the pendular rudders. I think it's just called the Thrustmaster T rudder pedals or something. They're a lot cheaper than the pendulars. They're like £100, something like that. I can't remember the exact name of them off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure it's T rudder. But they're in the video description, all my hardware. But Francesco, welcome. Evan says, kind of sad when everyone said that there would be better performance, but I haven't got anything better FPS either. Well, yeah, someone else said that earlier on actually, Evan, but flight level 100, landing lights off. Seatbelt signs can come off now as well. Look at this though, chat. That looks absolutely stunning, doesn't it? Look at that. Whew. But yes, what I was saying was that I've heard, yeah, someone else said earlier on in the chat that they were expecting better performance, but I haven't seen anything in the patch notes that actually alludes to any performance optimizations or improvements with this version. To be honest, so I don't know where that expectation has come from with certain users, but maybe they did say it, maybe I missed it, but I didn't see anything about it in the patch notes. But nevertheless, at least it performs at least the same as what it did do before. Just going to step up we're just going to put in our step climb here, flight level 280 and a Neton. So we've got our step climb there. It's actually put it in correctly this time. It looks a bit more like it makes sense. Now we've got a step down at Orbx. Which is going to be 240. Now I'm not sure if this works properly with this. Yeah, okay, it does work. Step down. Beautiful. Okay, fantastic. So yeah, so we've got our step up here. That's what I was hoping to see last time. There's our step up. There's our top of climb after the step. And a step down there of POC. Very good. Very good. Okie dokie then, chats. Off we go. T-Flights, that's it, Evan. Thank you so much. T-Flight rudder pedals, that's the ones, Francesco. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, those are the ones I've got. To be honest, I should have returned them. I remember when I first got them. I said, I sort of set them up and I had a feel and a play with them, and I thought, these feel absolutely crap. These feel rubbish. I was expecting a little bit better than that. So I should have just returned them at that point, but I ended up sticking with them thinking, oh, it'll be fine. I don't use rudder pedals that much. But hey ho. Catch some rays with Alison and Mitchell. Welcome indeed. I hope you're doing well. Just popping in on my holidays in Tenerife. Very good, very good. I hope you're having a nice time in Tenerife. I hope it's nice and warm. As you can see, the weather in the UK at the moment, a little bit rough. I don't know if you're from the UK actually, but yeah, I hope you're having a fantastic time. Thanks for dropping by. Let's see if I can catch up with some more messages here. Adam, did you manage to get sorted with the VMR? New Sky looks nice. Applied to join. Okay, you're accepted, Yuritrob. Thank you very much for your application. Yeah, New Sky's really cool. I do enjoy it. I really like the way it sort of rates the flights and all the factors it takes into account. Commentator, how's your reinstall coming? Do you manage to recover anything? That's so bizarre. I bet that's super infuriating. I would be pissed if that happened to me. Also, I'll just say, Highlight King, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your positivity. And you seem like a really nice guy, but one of the things we don't really discuss in the chat too much or promote is religion. So, if I could just ask that you keep the conversation to, you know, general topics and not religion or politics. We're going to have to work around the clock now to clear some debt. We are, aren't we? We are. We are. In fact, I tell you what we can do is, whilst we're on the climb out here, chat, we can actually, let's just quickly watch, let's just watch the stream back a little bit here. I'll put it on the fuzz pad. 57 watching. Welcome, guys. How many likes have we got? We've got 36 likes. We can definitely get some more likes than that, guys. If you're enjoying the stream. Do leave a like if you're enjoying it so far. I would very much appreciate that. Right, let's have a look then. Let's see what the rotation was looking like here. Right, here we go. Slow motion. I'm going to start counting. There we go. Oh, I rotated. Oh, no, I didn't. There's a rotation. 1, 2. Actually, I can't count. It's in slow motion. I feel like that's not a tail strike right there. Let's watch it in normal speed. But I don't feel like that's a tail strike. We were under the flight directors, so... Mind you, this Airbus doesn't have the rotate law, does it? So I'm not sure if the flight directors are really any... it was kind of quick, actually. I feel like that's not a tail strike, though. That was a quick rotation, but it wasn't... It should be 3 degrees per second up to 15 degrees. So let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it was about 3 seconds up to 10 degrees. So it was a little bit fast, but it was definitely not ridiculously fast. So it took us 3 seconds to get to about 10 degrees, which is about just over 3 degrees a second. Interesting. I'm not sure that was a tail strike, chat. What do you think? What do you guys think? Let's just see if I can make this a bit bigger so you guys can see it better. Right, here we go. One, 2. Okay, it was more like 2 seconds actually, up to 10 degrees. I'm not sure, chat. I'm not sure, honestly. I'll have to watch it back again later, I think. Dear me. Right. Alright, we're stepping up. Flight level 280. First climb, climb. Have you scraped the livery already? Apparently I've done worse. Shuts. I got my last flight. I got a penalty for a tail strike. And Carl Alden, you're accepted as well. Yeah, shuts. So I will share this with you. We got a $150,000 penalty for an apparent trail strike. Dear, oh dear. I'm gonna have to look into that though, chat. Right, let's prepare for the arrival anyway, chat, because I was a little bit behind the plane last time. So let's just check, see if we've got any ATC on first of all. We do not, so there's going to be no ATIS. So let's go ahead and just check the METAR. So we've got some pretty spicy weather by the looks of things. Wind is 180 at 16 knots, light rain. A few clouds at 1,300, broken at 3,400, and towering cumulus in the vicinity, 9 degrees temperature, 8 degree dew point, QNH 9 and 9 at 8. So looking a little bit on the spicy side. Let's just have a quick look at what SimBrief wanted us to land on. Runway 17, which does make sense. Now, at Belfast, I do believe they are pretty sort of they do try and use runway 25 if at all possible. So let's just see what they're using currently in the real world. Okay, they're using 25. An EasyJet just landed on 25. So we'll use 25. So we're going to have a bit of a crosswind landing again. ILS 25, no star at Belfast, so we'll stick that in there. We've got Manchester radar 1332. Oh, we overshot our altitude there, crikey.
Emirates 786 behind the...
We're out of the icing temperature now.
737-800, line up runway...
We're really socked in here, aren't we? Like, crikey.
London Control, Ryanair 2020 with you at flight level 251, descending to 1900 and maintaining 280 knots.
Let's just put medium, or medium poor actually.
Landing Emirates 76, heavy landing up there. Ryanair 2020, hello, descend the flight level 90, expedite your descent.
Descending 90.
59.2, 52, sorry, 62.2 is going to be the landing weight. Manchester radar, very good evening. Fuzzy 299 level at flight level 280, overhead Wrexham.
Fuzzy 299, Scottish Control, roger.
Oh, it's Scottish Control. Okay, my apologies. Right, so medium auto brakes should do us.
Over Nottingham towards Manchester, sir.
Right, cool.
Ryanair 20.
Flap 3 might be better.
Negative. You're very high for your...
Let's do flap 3 because it is looking pretty windy there. So we'll do flap 3.
0 degrees.
Left turn 320 degrees, Ryanair 2020.
Right. So 1000. Oh, that's just updated.
Give way to the Shannon 77800 and we'll be vacating via Bravo onto Alpha after he's passed.
Oh, wrong airport. What am I doing? Idiot.
Okay, that's all understood. I'll try Delta what?
I've still got EGAA in there. I don't know why it's bringing EGNR up at the top.
44 Yankee, right out first, stand 8.
Right off for stand 8 for Shannon.
Temperature 9, wind 180 at 16 knots. We'll do transition 70.
The initial part, but after that, unfortunately, you're on your own.
Alright, that sounds not even better.
We'll do ILS 25, which is going to be a minimum of 468 degrees. Config 3.
Full stop landing for runway 27.
Golf Alpha Kilo, roger, you cleared into Liverpool control zone, runway 27, not above altitude 1,500 feet, report final approach.
Towards final approach, course Bravo under execute.
Right, NADP2 departure procedures, so that's also fine.
Runner 226, descend, flight level 170.
170, runner.
Runner 2020, turn
Have we missed our step down here?
now, heading 010 degrees.
I know I haven't. It's up here. Ufpok.
010 degrees, Ryanair 2020.
It's disappeared though. It's not showing on the ND anymore. We're going to go to brake medium.
1326, descend to flight level 80.
TCAS can go to below.
132. Golf Foxtrot Zulu, flight heading 360 degrees.
Clear that guy out.
Golf Foxtrot Zulu.
Ryanair 2020, was that a right turn for 110 degrees?
No, sorry, you keep getting steps on it.
Golf Foxtrot
Put our 4 mile ring in for our stabilized approach criteria. Oh, beautiful. Look at these clouds though. Absolutely crazy looking.
Newcastle 220 degrees 9 knots, runway 25 for takeoff.
Matt Rasso, take it easy, dude. I'll catch you again.
Golf descend altitude 4.
Catch you again soon.
Newcastle QNH 10, correction, 997 hectopascals.
That is more than 1,500,000 Swedish krona. Crikey. Very expensive indeed, yeah. Absolute madness. What an idiot.
4,000 feet, Golf Delta Golf.
Ryanair 2020, turn left heading 280 degrees.
Turn left 280 degrees, Ryanair 2020.
Well, fortunately, it didn't affect our flight performance. Right.
Nordic 1326, contact Manchester radar 118.575, goodbye.
That's radar 118.575, 1326.
Right, chat. So,
3 Foxtrot uniform, descend flight level 130.
yeah, that wasn't...
Descend flight level 130, runner 3 Foxtrot.
I don't think that was a tail strike. Let me have another look. So it says here on... So it says here on an Airbus article, which I imagine is where New Sky got the data. Says with the main landing gear fully compressed, the pitch attitude limit is 11.7 degrees. And with the main landing gear fully extended, it's 13.5 degrees.
Golf Delta Golf, turn right heading 100 degrees.
Turn right heading...
Let me have another look at this.
Runner 3 Fox uniform confirm, flight level 120. 130. 130, 3 Fox uniform. Ryanair 2020, descend, flight level 70.
Descending flight level 70, Ryanair 2020.
Ryanair 2020, report your heading to Manchester radar 118.575, goodbye.
Yeah, that was definitely not a tail strike, chat.
Contact Manchester, London radar 118.575, contact my heading.
Right, let's have a look at this. Oh my god.
Golf Foxtrot 13, confirm this.
Epic.
Yeah, Sierra Golf Alpha.
Epic.
India Sierra Kilo Alpha.
Could the slope at
Fuzzy 299, A320, monitor Unicom 122.8, goodbye.
1228 Fuzzy 299, thank you, bye. Could the slope at Leeds Bradford come into play? Maybe. Maybe. I mean, it probably could, yeah. I'm not sure if New Sky tracks that, though, to be honest. But if I come back over to the fuzz pad here, chat, and we zoom in, you can see there we're about 8 or 9 degrees. It's kind of difficult to tell. But as you can see, we are fully air... Ooh, what the hell? We are fully airborne here. We're not actually... The main landing gear is not touching the ground there. I think you would probably agree. And the pitch limit with the main landing gear fully... Oops. And the pitch limit here, according to this article by Airbus... Pitch limits, pitch attitude limit with the main landing gear fully extended. So with the weight, you know, still... So the main landing gear is still touching the ground, but the weight is coming off it. 13.5 degrees. So we were nowhere near 13.5 degrees. That's for sure. We were at 10 degrees. And then main landing gear fully compressed 11 degrees, which, again... So if I play that back, chat, you guys might be able to judge this better. Check this out. So here's a rotation. We're fully airborne there. That's 10 degrees there. Do you agree? Or no? Or am I tripping? I don't know. It's difficult to tell. It's difficult to tell. Maybe New Sky is able to track the weight on wheels in the sim, and perhaps there was the weight on the wheels still. I'm not sure. It's difficult to say. There is a slope. Yeah, we are on a downslope. We are on a downslope. That is true. So that probably could be a factor. That being said, I'm not sure how much of a factor. I mean, to be honest, you know, it was a very messy takeoff, and if it has to be a tail strike, then I'm perfectly happy to accept a tail strike there, because it wasn't exactly the nicest takeoff in the world, was it? I would say the gear's still touching the ground about here, right? That's about 3 degrees. I would say the weight is off the wheels at this point here, I would say. This is about 7.5 degrees. I don't have crash detection on in the sim, no. Anyways, I am gonna. I'll put it to Robson, the New Sky developer, and I'll see what he has to say about it. I'll see what data he's using to work it out, and that might actually stop my theorizing, because he might have some solid data. Right, okay, so steps coming up. We're going to step down now to flight level 240. So we'll go to a manage descent, Des. And right, we're pretty much prepared for the arrival this time, I believe. We've done our landing performance calculation. All we need to do is really the briefing. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. Okay, so back on the fuzz pads, we are arriving into Belfast, UK. This is 10-2. Airport elevation 268 feet. And we've got some advice here regarding which airway we should use, but we've already established that. That's fine. We're going to assume we've already been cleared for a certain airway coming in. A lot of this is to do with ATC, so I'm not going to read that all out. This is the arrivals for all runways. It's quite straightforward, really. We're just going to follow our flight plan in towards the airport. So we're going to go Nopke, Matut, Robop, Ipset, and then what we're going to do from Ipset is we'll take a heading off here. The standard arrival is to go all the way in towards the airport to Belzoo, and then you would, you know, fly into Belzoo, and then fly back out and come around. Well, you couldn't actually do that because that's too tight of an intercept. So what you'd have to do is actually come in, and you would have to enter the hold like so, and then come out of the hold like that. That's the way you would do it. So we're not going to do that because, well, we don't have ATC online, and to my knowledge, it's not very often that would be done anyway. So we're going to give ourselves a heading from Ipset, and we're going to join onto the localizer like so. And we're going to be flying the ILS DME, runway 25. This is the 11-2 chart. Localizer is India Alpha Golf 109er. Final approach course is 247 degrees. And the final approach fix at 2,500 feet at 6.8 miles. Runway and airport elevation are the same, and the MSA is the highest in the southeast at 3,500 feet, centered on the Belfast VOR. The glide slope is a standard 3 degrees. We're going to use 468 for the minima, and there's got Pappy to the left of the runway. Platform altitude is 2,500 feet. And if we need to go around, it's a continuous climb to 3,000, initially straight ahead to 2,500 feet, then turn right to the VOR to hold at 3,000 or as directed. Then upon arrival, we're gonna have quite a long takeoff, long landing roll here. So I would expect that we'll only be able to vacate here onto runway 17 or runway 35. So we'll take a right turn onto Charlie and taxi Lima to a stand at the main terminal here. I think what I'm going to do, I think I've forgotten to turn the statics off for this one, so I think I'm going to come into runway to stand 2-1 here. I quite like that one. So we'll go for stand 2-1 off Lima. Right, that's the briefing. Let's see how we're doing then. So we've stepped down, leveling at 2,000, flight level 240 now. Absolutely incredible views out the window. Let's see, does GSX work up this high? I don't think it does. It does, but it's not got our airport there yet. Or does it mean then right wing drop down that hit the little ground? Oh, you mean as in like I hit my wingtip? Yeah, maybe. Could be. Although again, it wasn't that big of a bank. I don't think. I'll have to watch it again. All right. Okay then, so I think what we'll do, chat, is because we've got no ATC online, Just making sure we don't. We don't. So what I think I'm going to do is we'll start down. We'll just put 130 initially in front of 130 des. And then what we'll do is we shall... Are we getting a bit of turbulence coming through here? Doesn't seem like it. Right, what was I going to do? So I was going to set up... You know what we could just do, chat, is we could just remove this disco and remove Belzoo and remove that. That should probably work for us, I think. Just to make the intercept a little bit easier. More drag needed. 310 on the speeds. We could go CF25 slash... so that's bearing 308 and 247. So I want to do 067 and we'll give it 3 miles in front. So we'll stick that there. Bugger. Should have pressed here. CF25 bearing 067 and 3 miles. Is that going to work for us? I don't think it... I'm not sure if it is. 55 north, 06 west. No, that's not the same one. Yeah, see, CF is not necessarily an actual waypoint that we should be using there. Oh, what's that? Oh, crikey. Push the level off, VS0. A little bit quick on the speed there. How did we speed up so much though? Alright, we'll carry on descending. That was rather odd. Let's go thrust idle open descent. I didn't select a speed that high. I'm not sure what occurred there. I'm gonna come back a bit on the speed now anyway. I don't think we need it quite that high. Weather update, yeah, it could have been actually. It could have been. That being said, I thought they said that they smoothed those weather updates out. See if we've got any other pilots inbound. We've got 2 in front. One of them looks like he's going for 1.5. Yeah, someone looks like... Sorry, not 1.5, 1.7. Someone looks like they're setting up for 1.7 there, Sean. So you might want to have a word. We'll keep coming down.
Shannon 070 is now turning on to final for runway 1710.
Yep, there we go. 17. Okie dokie. I am going to use some speed brake this time. How is the Sim Update 12? Any noticeable difference? To be honest, not really. Not really. Not, at least not in this type of flying. Yeah, it could be a wing strike. Could be a wing strike. I don't know. I'm going to see what the developer has to say about it. I'm intrigued to know how he's... Oh my days. We are so high here, chat. How have I managed this? Right. It looks like what I'll do is I will just pull the heading. And we're just going to give ourselves a nice little circle around here. Get the landing lights on. And the seatbelt signs on. Anti-ice can come on as well.
Sure, 70 was nice, 6 miles to 17 at Alder Grove.
We'll keep coming round, keep coming round. Yeah, it does start up a bit quicker now. Yeah, that's quite nice. I do enjoy that. Feels like we're not even turning.
Sure, 70 was maintaining speed 160 to 4 DME.
Oh, it looks like... Oh, okay, Sean, you're going in for... sorry, Shane. I keep saying Sean for some reason. Are you going for 17 as well? Okay, cool. Ground's online. Very good. Is that you, Mariner? I see you, Steve.
For the inbound traffic to Aldergrove, I am going to exit runway 17 to Foxtrot 2, which is just near the end, so then that will allow me to...
Right, nav, 2,500 feet. 7 miles to go. Absolutely fine. Running a little bit low on the speed here, probably because we've been in such an extended turn.
Belfast, order growth traffic, easy 38 November Kilo, going to line up runway 25 and wait for the 2 arrivals on 17, easy 38 November Kilo.
Arm approach. Belfast traffic, fuzzy 299er. We are just off the localizer, about 4 miles off the localizer for runway 25 Belfast traffic. Bit more speed brake. I hope that guy's not lined up. It looks like we might be good at doing another go around here, chats.
Hello, Belfast Autograph traffic, fuzzy 04 Quebec on round runway 17. We'll line up for runway 25 behind the inbound traffic.
Okay, fantastic. You're going to line up behind.
370 has exited on Foxtrot from 17 and waiting inbound traffic.
2,500.
Checked. We'll go to flaps 1. Speed brakes stowed. What is it looking like down there? Do we have someone on the runway? Belfast traffic, just confirming. Is there someone on runway 25 or not currently?
Yeah, I'm just holding short on I'm lined up on runway 25, just waiting for an aircraft to go around on 17, then I'll be departing long before you get there. Easy 38 November Kilo.
Okay, perfect, thank you. We've just established on the ILS-25, we've 7.5 miles out, fuzzy 299. We'll reduce to final approach speed.
Okay, the aircraft's just gone around, so I can see him now. I'll depart on easy 38 November Kilo, departing runway 25 now.
Right, flaps 3 is selected, gear is down.
2,000.
Fuzzy 04 Quebec is going around and is movement out heading 170 report cleared runway there and easy please.
Fuzzy go around, another fuzzy go around. Fuzzy pilots can never land first time. Right, spoilers are armed, lock is captured, glide slope is captured. We can probably keep, well, we're doing a flaps 3 landing here, chat, so we don't need to extend any more flap. We've got wind 18032 knots, so quite a lot of wind coming from the left currently. Approach checklist we haven't done, so bow roof is set with 999 at 8, seatbelt signs are on, minimums are set to 468. Auto brake is medium, engine mode switcher is in normal, and landing approach checklist complete, landing checklist, go around altitude is set, ECAM memo, landing no blue, landing checklist complete. Belfast traffic, fuzzy 299, short final, runway 25, Belfast traffic.
1,000.
Right, 1,000 feet is checked, we are stabilized. Wind is still pretty strong from the left here. So, oh my days, this cloud. Oh my days. Right. Autopilot is disconnected. Correcting for the profile here, a bit low.
$500.
Wind is dropping off a bit.
$300.
Auto thrust disconnect.
And fuzzy 04 Quebec downwind runway 25. Belfast Autograph traffic.
Visual.
$100.
Bit high.
50. 40. 30. 100 above. 10. 5.
What? Oh my god, they really need to work on that. Spoilers, decel, reverse green. Manual brakes. Christ on a bike, chat. Did you see that? I had almost full left side stick in there whilst I was putting in the right rudder. And it still rolled over to the right. Right. Belfast traffic, fuzzy 299er, vacated runway 25, just backtracking runway 17 and leaving at Charlie, Belfast traffic.
And Shamrock 070 is just going to be in behind you there, backtracking 1735.
Amazing. Did that guy wait that whole time? Crikey. What a lad. Right, landing lights are off. Oh, we've got ground, don't we? 121750. Just going to do it through here. It might be just easier so I can see where I'm taxiing. Get the strobe lights off. APU started. Belfast ground, very good evening. Fuzzy 299er. We're on Lima, request stand 21.
Fuzzy 299er, taxi stand 21 via Lima.
Taxi stand 21 via Lima. Fuzzy 299er, thank you. It's Mariner, guys.
And good evening, sir.
Good evening. Love it. Love it. Thanks for going on, Mariner. We get the predictive wind shear and the weather radar off. Transponder off. TCAS off. After landing checklist, radar and predictive wind shear are off. After landing checklist complete. Lovely. I mean, that wasn't too bad, that landing chat, except for the fact the wing just dipped like crazy there. It felt like as soon as the gear touched the ground, the wing just got sucked into the ground, if that makes sense. Right, nose lights off. There's our stand in the corner. We do have a replay though, so we'll be able to watch that back and see what the heck occurred there. Should have.
Is Charlie 1.
We should have VDGS here though.
Taxi stand 15 via Charlie Lima and X-ray.
15 via Charlie Lima and X-ray. Shamrock 070.
There we go. It's on. Recognised A320. Let's slow down. It's kind of difficult to see. There we go. Oh! I was going way too quick there. Right, lovely. Look at the detail inside. Love to see it. Right, flaps will get up as well, and the ground spoilers disarmed. Completely forgot about that one. Right, let's wait for those to come up. And that's right, cool. Engine anti-ice off, and we'll get the engines off. Beacon light off, seatbelt signs off. Turn this guy off as well now. Lovely stuff. Get the ground crew to come up and connect the ground power. Connect that. Turn the parking brake off as we're now on chocks. And we shall come in here. I'm going to open this door because it doesn't seem to open on its own with GSX for whatever reason. We'll open this door, say goodbye to the beautiful passengers. Bye! And... oh, that staircase is not even working. Lovely. Lovely stuff. Yeah, so what's going to happen is the passengers are actually going to leave this doorway here. They're actually going to walk across the air to this staircase and come down it. That's what's going to happen now. Watch this. Oh, we're a little bit far behind on the little bit late at stopping there and slightly off centre line. As expected, I was way too quick coming down there. Right. Oh. That wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. Right, let's have a look and see what our flight report says on New Sky this time. Hopefully it's not quite as bad as the last one. Right, yeah, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. So we got a 9.17 this time. So much better rating. Long landing. So yeah, I mean, that's understandable. It was a little bit long. I did call that I was a bit high as we were coming over the threshold there. Nevertheless, the touchdown, absolute butter. 1.19 G, 131 feet per minute.
For Quebec, that looked like quite a landing. Taxi stand 18.
Max centerline deviation 3.07 meters. So I think I did well in all other aspects of the landing, apart from it being slightly long. Altimeter incorrect on landing. Oh, that's not right, is it? 998 instead of 998. That seems like an issue. That's a bit of a big docking for, well, again, I'll have to speak to the dev about that one. Yeah, strange. Right, so let's have a look at the actual landing itself then on the map. Let's see how long it actually was. What? Come on. Really? That was bob on that. I'm being cooked. Long landing, 784 meters from the threshold. So this is 1,000 feet here, right? So 1,000 feet in meters is, I don't actually know off the top of my head.
We're just jumping on stand 9 due to default in 50.
Jamrock 070, no problem.
300 meters. So that's 300 meters there. That's going to be about another 150. So that's going to be about 450 meters. That says we were 784 meters. That's not right. So that was a perfect score then. That was a perfect score flight. If we can get these two scrubbed off. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. We'll have to look at the landing. We'll have to look at the replay chat and see. I'm going to just sack GSX off because it's clearly messed up on me. So we'll just do that. We'll do that. And the parking checklist, parking brake is, well, chocks are in, engines are off, wing lights are off, fuel pumps are off, parking checklist is complete. So, great stuff. Let us look at the replay then, shall we? So I'll just make sure I disconnect from VATSIM. Time-wise, we'll make it a bit brighter. I actually clicked the wrong thing there. Because it is very dull in here. We'll activate ready to go. Right, let's get rid of that GPU. Load the replay. There we go.
Terrain ahead. Pull up.
Whoop, whoop. It's because of bounce. I didn't record a bounce though. Oh, it did record a bounce, but I have had landings before where it doesn't count the bounce. There's a long landing. Let's see if I can find one. I'm so confused. Right, I can't find one now, but I'm sure I've had a similar landing to that before and it didn't... interesting. Fair enough. Well, let's see how it looked then. I put 9 and 9 at 8 instead of 9 and 9 at 8. Oh, I put 9 and 9 at 8 instead of 9 at 8 8. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, oh my days. Yeah, I thought that's so difficult to see the difference between that sometimes. Crikey. Oh, I see. Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Crikey. Right. Let's have a look. Spoilers are out. That's a bit upsetting. Let's see if I can fix that real quick. No, okay, never mind. It's just flight control replay being silly. Let's have a look. Yeah. It was because of whatever the frig happened with the wings there. I don't even know how that doesn't even look realistic to happen, does it? Oh dear. I mean, the initial touchdown looked pretty nice, didn't it? But then it all just went to pot. So the right gear actually stayed on the ground there, so it's like a half bounce, right? But yeah, I didn't lose any money, fortunately. Fortunately. Unlike last time. Right, well, there we go, chat. There we go. What an eventful stream. What an eventful stream. That was just some really spicy-ass landings. Yeah. And with that, I think I'm going to call it there. So, guys, if you flew along, Shane, thank you very much for flying with us, and yeah, I hope you enjoyed the flight. I hope your landing was a bit better than mine. But yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed today. I'm absolutely roasting in this office, to be quite honest. I'm losing the will to live here. So, right, guys, I hope you guys have enjoyed. Leave a like on the way out if you have enjoyed the stream today. Thank you very much for watching. I'll catch you in the next one. Bye for now.